for coming to the stream, and I hope that you can see all the activity that's going on behind it. Like Gabe said, the amazing thing about EAE students is that they work very hard. They learn amazing games. And today is their chance to show off those games that are results of single semester or 2 semester long projects where they've worked 10 people, 14 people, large teams, small teams, interdisciplinary teams to build, and now they're published and available for you team, but also available here in our building to play.
Yes, and we have some amazing games. And before we got started, Michael and I were sitting there talking. He was mentioning one of his favorite episodes of the Power Rangers, the one where they say it's launching.
Was that Power Rangers? I thought that was MASH, but maybe I'm wrong.
Michael, can you tell us a little bit about the process? What kind of games are we going to?
There's a range of games. I think there's about 20 different games from the projects classes. So there's capstone classes that produced a number of games that are year-long games from the undergraduate program, and then there's students who have been built over the last year. There are a number of games that have been built specifically for a class called Alternative Controllers, where we challenge the students to design a game building not a conventional controller like a game controller or a keyboard and mouse, but some type of other device that challenges the game design sort of approach that they use. And then they build that alternate controller, connect it to a PC where they're actually playing a game, and then it really poses some interesting challenges around creativity for their design process. And then there's a number of other classes that are showing off their work, single semester game. We call them alternative and traditional game development classes, and some of them are game designs that are really near and dear to the heart of the students. Some of them are more traditional. And then we have machinima, a machinima reel that's running, which is showing semester-long projects built in our machinima class, the use of game engines to create short films and tell stories narratively using the game engines entirely.
Thank you. Yeah, and this truly is a special year for EAE because we haven't been in person for the last 3 years. So we haven't been in person here for an EAE launch since 2019. And so for the past few years, it's all been done online via Twitch and streaming. And so this is the first time in a few years that we've been able to all meet in person. And it's beautiful to see everybody coming in today, flocking in. It's going to be jam-packed, looking at all the games, showing off all the games. And it is an awesome celebration. So for those of you who can't make it out here, we will be interviewing several of the teams from each of the graduate, the alt control, and the capstone games here for you to check out and hear from their experiences what they've been doing.
I will say for those of you who are here watching locally in Salt Lake or on University of Utah campus, we're going to be here until at least 7 o'clock tonight. So come on down to Building 72 if you're nearby.
And we also have cake.
Yes, there is cake.
All right, so we're going to kick it off to Rudra, one of the graduate games being worked on, to talk to them about their game in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, the graduate games, there are probably 6 of them. There are 6 of them?
There probably are.
There could be.
Yeah, actually, I'll name them really quick. We've got Rudra, Slime Knight, Combo Bombo, High Rise Guardians, and Echo of the Last Light. I think it's worth mentioning because we always like to shout out the games that we work on here.
And how big are the teams that have worked on those?
The teams all range from about 8 to 15 students. And so they have all worked incredibly hard, and we are excited. One of the things I mention all the time and ad nauseum in all my classes that the games aren't created to be made as an assignment that you just turn in. They're meant to be celebrated and played, and so I'm really excited for all the work that they've done.
One of the really strong elements of the work that we do here in the teaching that we do is to bring together students from across different disciplinary backgrounds. So inside those projects classes, the teams are composed of software developers, engineers, designers, producers, artists, technical artists, and they all work together around a single project. And so part of that process that they're learning is how to make that game, but part of it is how to work together across these disciplinary boundaries, learning the values that the other backgrounds bring and are necessary, and the necessary role that they play inside game production process.
Absolutely. The games and the students that come out of that process at the same time are huge. Yeah, so we're going to take a small break, and then we will bring up our first team, Rudra. All right, everybody, welcome back to EAE Launch 2023. Next up is Rudra, A Tale of Time, and we're going to check out the trailer now. By the team that has created Rudra, A Tale of Time. Now we have members of the team here right now, and I'm going to give them a chance to introduce themselves and tell them a little bit about the game.
Producer on Rudra. With me, we have McCain. He's the narrative guy and the designer and overall the hands-on guy for everything. And Rudra, Tale of Time is an RPG inspired by Hindu scriptures where you unlock different types of chakras, use various mantras, different demons to fight the ultimate evil and defeat it and restore balance to the universe. What you right now though was a trailer that was like 15 days. And check out Steam right now. Everything is changed quickly. Like you'll notice the difference from the trailers. And yeah, McCain, do you wanna talk about more about Rudra?
So one of the things that really inspired us about Rudra was again style storytelling. Really develop on. So
This is a very the fact that you used so much inspiration to create. Tell me, talked about the inspiration, but what inspired you to make a game like that? A second part of that question is what kind of impact do you hope that this game will have on the community or everyone?
Sure. So one of the things that really brought us to the game was just the idea of creating a game script hero's journey along the way of kind of discovering your inner strength was something that we really wanted to like show in our game, and we thought it was a really fun time, not just developing, playing this week for sure.
Oh yeah, and the goal that we had in mind when we first started creating this game, and even now, is that we wanted to show the world that there are a lot of different stories and many different cultures which don't have that big of a spotlight like compared to ones. So like we just wanted to show the world like there's so many new stories, amazing stories that you can make games, movies, or whatever, you know. And as like the non-Indian members on our teams like started understanding the narrative, like we started giving them references and stuff, they were genuinely interested in knowing more about the stories and the culture of Hinduism.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And can you tell us a little bit about the art style and how you came up with the look and during the development of the game?
So art style, it was really at first because all of this for us, like there were not one. Of course, there were like stuff related to cultures, and but like history is so different. So we read a lot of articles, like go into different old Indian movies and animations and stuff, and then come up with our mood boards. and we started putting things together. We came up with like a color scheme. Started to that.
That's beautiful. Because the game is beautiful for anyone watching. This the last game development is a fantastic. So actually, instead of me just stating that, I'll just ask you guys: can you share with me kind of what happened this last few weeks of development?
Yeah, so I'll take that one. So when it comes to the last few weeks of development, we really put pretty much an entire semester's worth work to these last two to make sure that our game was polished and presentable and how we want it to be. Throughout the entire kind of development cycle, we kind of like with we were really achievers on our team. Absolutely, we love to make sure that a beautiful product by the end of it. And so we all were so passionate about this game that we worked so incredibly hard. And that's why the trailer that you're watching right now is drastically different than what you'll see in gameplay.
So I imagine it's almost got to be a little bit painful, right? Watching of it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
For sure.
I know Team Rudra came begging for us. Please let us show our up. Sorry.
I
Can't
mean,
do it.
It still shows us like, even it just makes us feel so good about like the development process at the end, that like, wow, we made so much difference in the game in just the
Yeah.
past few weeks.
By the way, the trailer still looks beautiful, don't get me wrong, but the amount of work that this team has put into it this last few weeks. One of the things we do not encourage is crunch culture. But sometimes when you have a deadline and you have to get stuff done, that kind of affects the process a little bit. So let me ask you this, because you guys have been amazing. Looking back at like the last few weeks and kind of the whole culmination of everything you've done, is there any advice you'd go back and give yourselves at the beginning, or kind of looking at it from the end?
You know, I would say the advice that I would probably give myself is like, it's okay to and of course I don't encourage crunch culture either, but I was just so passionate about it, and I was like, it's okay to be passionate and to work towards something that you really love. And so for me, I was kind of, everybody had their own battles with like how to navigate those like hard work flows, but honestly, I just would say, hey, keep going, you're doing great, proud of you.
That is beautiful advice, because that journey from beginning to the end of game development, you don't know how it's going to go until it's done. So you always have to look back on that and look at it and see how it's come across. But I want to reiterate too that this game is live on Steam right now. So go ahead and open up Steam and download it, play it, check it out, leave a comment. One of the things that'll go in as you leave a comment, that segues into the next question is, how did you handle marketing for your game? I know you're students, so you have to get a little bit creative, but how did you handle the marketing, getting the word out there about Rudra?
So we internally in our team, we have a small marketing team, like which consists of producers, engineers, artists, and everyone. And basically, our first step towards marketing was reaching out to people, our connections on LinkedIn, because like many of our engineers have like tons of connections and stuff. So easy for us to like show something game dev related on LinkedIn itself. Other than that, we've also been posting daily, not daily, updates on Instagram and Twitter, as well as like just posting. We have our own public Discord server as well. So as like people start joining that server, we're trying to mediate stuff and like take bug reports and stuff. And just there are so many Indian festivals as well, and we just make like some posts related to those festivals like a day or two and just release them like on Indian time as well as American time as well.
I love it. Yeah, the biggest thing is just consistently communicating the
Yeah.
process, right? That's huge. For all those out there who may not be as involved in game development or know a lot about it, can you tell us a little bit about what software you use?
For sure, yeah. So we used a lot of different softwares, but we mainly integrated all of our work from the external softwares like Maya, or we used ZBrush, especially those high detailed models. Absolutely, but we made sure to use Unreal Engine 5 because the style that we were going for, we absolutely needed, because we have kind of a higher poly count, which means a lot of polygons on our characters. Needed a high engine tools that are in there with nanite and stuff like that.
That's awesome. And any advice for any future game developer? get into making a game like this? What would you say?
I would say always, always, always keep things in scope, and have proper document. That's one thing. Like you might need to refer to some stuff that is like 3 months old and you just can't find it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing that I would add to that is when working with another culture, absolutely make sure to do it properly. Make appropriate anything. Make sure to display it accurately to your teammates to make sure that you can do that to the best of your ability.
And have fun,
Oh yeah, have fun. Yeah.
Did you have fun?
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, this was one of those teams that had an amazing amount of fun, and I'll say an amazing amount of passion, which led probably to a lot of the scoping that down. Before we take a little break, before we come up to Slime Night, any last words you want to say to everyone watching right now?
I just want to say, like, our team really did put a lot of effort in this game, and we would just love it for everyone to try the game at least once and tell us how you feel.
Yeah, go ahead. Go game right now. Download Rudra. At least put it on your in your library, and check it out. Leave a comment. Support student games. They do be supported because they have done some amazing work. Congratulations, Team Rudra. You guys killed it this semester, and we're super proud of you. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back to Slime Night. right, my friends, welcome back to University of Utah EAE Launch 2023. Next up is Slime Night, and we're going to check out their trailer right now. Available right now to download and play on Steam. I have the developers here with me right now, Beast Belly Studios, a few of the members of that team here, and I'm going to give them a moment to introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about the game.
Switch over, man. Go for it, man.
Yeah, so I'm Isaac. I'm one of the producers, and I did the audio work for most of Slime Night.
I'm Jared Slosky. I'm another one of the producers and set up the whole business aspect of things and tried to keep everything organized.
I'm Olcan Büyüksandalyacı. I'm a technical designer, and I also did some VFX for the game.
Awesome, and can you tell us a little bit about the game? What is Slime Night?
Go for it, man.
So Slime Knight is a game where you're taking control over a slime knight that utilizes its arm as the main mechanic. So we wanted to give you a experience where you feel free in motion in the way you attack, and we wanted to explore more ways of interacting with the enemies, these attack systems, like grabbing your enemies, devouring them. So this game came together as we started off with prototyping different mechanics, and there was a devour mechanic we wanted to go for, there was an extendable arm you wanted to go for, and like another mechanic that kind of bled into this, like melted into the spot, of which we're like, you have a extendable arm, you can grab enemies, devour them, get abilities, and we kind of expanded on that design by exploring different options, basically, and this is what we ended up with.
That's awesome. So you're a slime knight battling enemies inside of an ancient worm.
Correct. Yeah. So sorry, go ahead.
No,
Yeah. So basically, this is placed inside a gigantic, like, mythological worm that is big enough to devour entire civilizations in one huge gulp. So you originally had a slime sewers until all you got separated from your family, and you're still just this little slimy blob, but you happened upon this this dead knight that was in its arbor, and you're just like, yeah, I think I can use that. So you literally possess this suit of armor, and you're imbuing it with your little slimy essence, unique little abilities, but also have the armor to sort of protect yourself and survive this hostile environment.
So my question for you, how the heck did you come up with this idea?
It was all our narrative designer. So the lore of it was all of our narrative designer, Michaela Parag, did all of work typing out a bunch of lore for like the civilizations that place, where this slime came from, and what its motivations are. And we decided to try to tell that or convey that story through like the environment itself, as well as some that you can pick up, learn things about other inhabitants here, other people who have been devoured. So a big thing that inspired this sort of style was the artists as well, to have the opportunity to make something that felt truly unique. And we also thought it was pretty thematically relevant that one of our mechanics was a devour mechanic where you can absorb other enemies' abilities. And wouldn't it be neat if this whole game took place in an area where you have as well, so it just devours all the way down.
It's the circle of life.
Exactly.
That's beautiful. It's a beautiful metaphor. The game is creative. It's beautiful. Can you tell me a little bit? Actually, from anyone just watching it right now, can you explain exactly what's happening with the arm and what it's doing, the mechanic, and how you developed that?
Sure. Did you want to take that, Oljan?
Yeah, for sure. To answer to your question as well, like where did we come to this idea? It was like so the devour mechanic was we had different enemies that gave you different abilities, right? And it was just that mechanic. And the extendable arm was an arm that you can extend and grab onto stuff and like trash stuff, throw stuff around. And those were the two mechanics that got a lot of good feedback. So we wanted to like those ideas into one game where you have a extendable arm that you can use to trash around enemies. So the main mechanic of your arm is used to grind your enemies. You're like slapping your enemies, dealing damage to them. Also, you're able to grab them and you're basically absorbing their life essence as you're holding onto them. And once they die in your hand, you get to devour them to use the special ability that is associated to them to just do even more damage and like just wreak havoc to your enemies basically. And the main idea was to expand on that system to turn into like a more roguelite sort of systems to like have more personalized gameplay, customizable gameplay, or you can increase the power of this ability after each time you level up. Of course, we had like scoping stuff we had to do, and basically that's how we ended up. Great game that is like feeling so good right now.
That's awesome. And I'll say the game is super creative, but one of the things I want to dive into is a little bit about the game development process. A lot of those watching as familiar as you are with the whole process. So can you tell me, from start to finish, how did playtesting affect your game process? What kind of adjustments came through that?
Sure. Did you want to take that, man? Or?
Oh yeah, I can. So one of the big things when we have playtesters play our game during the different iterations of Slime, took feedback into account and also general consensus on, hey, this feature doesn't feel so good. Then we will go ahead and review as a team in terms of, is it a balancing issue? Is it something that is lacking from the experience with the arm itself? And how can we address that? And then throughout the entire 2 semesters that we worked on this project, that we kept constant consideration, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, readability was also a really big thing for us. So because this is such a unusual kind of mechanic, and there's a lot of things, as you can see, happening on the screen all the time. It's can be really difficult to make clear what exactly is happening to the player and what they are capable of doing. So actually what you're seeing right now is footage that's actually a couple weeks old. We made a lot of improvements to readability and visuals in our latest build that is out on Steam and itch. So that was one of the bigger feedbacks, is like when you just watch somebody silently as they play the game and you see where they get stuck or where they get confused, that's where you can kind of tell where you should be spending your time improving that stuff to make sure that the player is able to experience the mechanics that you've put together in the best way possible.
It's awesome. Yeah, it's worth pointing out that this is a previous trailer.
Yeah.
So do you have any advice for anyone that wants to see what the game currently looks like?
Absolutely. You can find the updated trailer on YouTube, or even better yet, you can search Slime Night on Steam and see all of our latest assets with the latest trailer. And it is going to take a little bit to release because there's a bit of a waiting period for Steam, but you can at the very least, wishlist it and you'll get notified for when it actually comes out. Or if you really just can't wait to play it, you can also go to itch, where we'll have the latest build there, and then you might have to go to YouTube for the trailer. But you'll still see all of the latest assets, and you'll have the most up-to-date experience if you were to download it on itch or wait for it to come out on Steam.
Yeah, support student games. This team worked so hard on it. Incredibly fun. One of the things I'll say, I know I'm asking you questions, but one of the things I was incredibly proud of this team especially is exactly that with the playtesting. No matter what state the build was, this team was hungry for the feedback.
Mm-hmm.
And it really affected the gameplay, especially something that is really intricate and critical with this core mechanic of that arm.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything for you all that came as a surprise during the game development that you didn't expect?
Do you have any thoughts on that?
So I'd say one of the big challenges early on when we first started in the first semester's work of this project was after we created the 3 prototypes, the extendable arm started out in Unity, which is one of the other development platforms for games, and we went ahead and switched to Unreal Engine 5. And so there's a big learning curve in terms of getting engineers on board with, C++. And so that took a bit more time than expected, and that was a little bit of a surprise. But I think second semester, just crushed it, nailed out a bunch of progress and stuff. So it was a little bump that we overcame.
And also even this game is like a very different idea, and that also was different for us. Really hard to he's in the team as well to work on it as fast as we could. That was a different challenge for us, students that's just brought together working team for students. That was an amazing experience as well to be able to just pull through that, find something that we actually want to go for and build on that basically.
You pulled it together in spades, especially when you're doing an innovative mechanic like that that's a little less mainstream. It takes a lot of that this constant play testing, and you all killed it, and I'm super proud of you. Everybody go check out the game right now on Steam, wishlist it. And any last words you want to tell everybody before we move on?
One quick comment actually to your playtesting thing in terms of just showing it in any sort of state. I would encourage, if anybody is watching who wants to get into game development, that is a pretty crucial process. If you truly want to improve, show your products to people, warts and all, so you can really identify where those sorts of problems are. Don't wait until it's oh, it's not ready yet, and now go, because you'll spend a lot of time making something that maybe players don't want to play, and you didn't realize it until you kept playtesting over and over. So really get over that anxiety, show it in whatever state it's in, you'll be happy you did.
Yep. And also, I do want to do a shout out to you for pointing out that you just gotta sometimes do stuff and show it to your fellow developers. Hey, this looks cool. I made this. What do you think about it? Rather than just talking about it and explaining the idea itself. It looks much different when you can actually see it in engine. So I encourage any game developer to always be able to go into the engine. It is kind of scary to go into the engine, of course. It is a giant behemoth, but it is a grind for everyone, and don't get discouraged. That's what.
Amazing
You
work.
got anything, man? Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm good.
You're good? No violent thoughts? Go
All
team.
right. On that
Go team.
note, go team, go Slime Night. We're going to take a quick break, then come back with Combo Bombo. Welcome back. We're going to check out the next trailer for the graduate thesis game Combo Bombo. All right, awesome. That was the beautiful, probably the cutest game I've ever seen, Combo Bombo, full of adorable violence. We have the team behind the development of Combo Bombo here right with us right now. And would you mind introducing yourselves and telling us a little bit about Combo Bombo and what it's about?
Thanks, Gabe. We won't mind at all. I'm Ben Crosby. I'm a producer for this amazing team. And we've got these two who can introduce themselves, I suppose.
So my name is Sean Wan. I'm mostly the level designer for the project, and I'll do some part of music there. It's a really good experience in working the team there. And we got Lawrence.
Hi everyone, I'm Lawrence. I'm a producer on the team too. It's so nice here talking to everyone and to Gabe as well.
And tell us a little bit about Combo Bombo. What's the game about? What is the hook, as we say?
Yeah. So I think Combo Bomb is this sort of party game where you can have fun with your friends. But the unique feature for this game is basically you can combine different weapons into more powerful ones. So you can see the trailer there. You can combine poke with a blower to combine them with the taser. So it's a more powerful weapon. You can stun your enemy, and we have such a combination with four base weapon and 6 combinations there. So it's gonna create a lot of various experience there.
Yeah, having fun with exploring the different combination and what those combined weapon can do is a big part of the fun we have in game.
Yep.
That's beautiful. So I'm hearing a couple. One is game to have with your friends, and the second part is combining these weapons. We're going to hop on the party game aspect of it first. Can you tell us a little bit, how do you play with friends with this game? How do you do that?
So we have 2 map designed where each map have a unique mini game that requires players to both compete with each other as teams and also use the right kind of weapon for the right circumstance. So here on this map, we have the big crab holding a weapon, and only weapon combined from that, for example, the fork here can do damage to the crab, and that's how the player gets score for their team.
Yeah. So basically, we have the mini game as a common objective for the different teams. So this is basically team versus a team where you can place a friend via Steam, use the invite function, or you can just create a lobby for your game for a friend to play. And the common objective for the mini games that every team can participate in, such as a little crab, the giant crab. Actually, you're gonna use the specific weapon or weapon combination to defeat them, and whoever got the final blow got the most score. And you can win the score by doing the mini game, but also like defeating your enemy, and whoever got the most score in the end are gonna win the game.
That's right, and our system went through a lot of iterations, but we're finally settled on Steam to connect 3 players versus 3 players at a time, and it's working smoothly. Just don't get 3 or 4 computers on the same power outlet.
It sounds like you've had that happen before.
That's true.
A common problem. So you said 3 versus 3 on Steam. So that is pretty awesome. So do you have to, so you can just hop in right now if I downloaded the game, which if I'm not mistaken, 426 is available right now, right?
Right. It is right
Yes,
now.
Yeah,
So-
we just published on Steam about half an hour ago.
Half an hour ago, yeah. But yeah, and if you want to like place a friend, just like create a lobby and invite a friend, it's gonna be there. Something have it figured out. You can have it.
So yeah, if you're watching this, go on Steam, search for Combo Bombo, and give it a shot.
Definitely.
That's free.
So this game is incredibly cute, and there are some party games out there, but were there any big inspirations when you got into it? Are there any games similarly that you kind of looked at and thought you got a little bit of inspiration from?
Well, Fall Guys was one of the original inspirations, and it inspired a lot of the cutesy art. A lot of that kind of happened naturally, actually. We just set the artist loose on the design. And then as we went on, one of our design pillars was variety, and the game started to look more like Halo, which is really great because it's one of the best games of all time for having multiple people play it at once. So it's kind of a combination between one of those more hardcore things, but also Fall Guys. Our other pillars were designed around, chosen around keeping the game simple enough for people to play, even if they're not hardcore gamers.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So what I'm hearing is Fall Guys meets Halo.
Yeah.
That sounds like a pretty rad combination right there. Can you tell me, with those hurdles and coming into it, did you run into any technical issues, any difficulties with getting to work amongst multiple players online?
Yes, we actually have a lot of setback when we're trying to create a multiplayer experience. We used to have a dedicated server started. Basically, we have a standalone server running there, and you have to host it, and everyone need that server to be alive to have a game played. But with the game server, we just like we have a second solution with a listen server. It's basically we use the player as the server host, and whoever want to play with anyone else, gonna join the server, which is going to be also the player itself. So basically, it's a client versus a client. It's much convenient, and Steam has a great support for that because we also met a lot of difficulty when we're trying to build a delegate server. So we really spent a lot of time to switch up solution to the listen server we're talking about, but that works out finally, and really appreciate our engineers' huge work about on this part.
Yeah, a lot of engineers behind the scenes to get something like this working, and that's a tremendous effort and accomplishment. I'm going to ask you guys a question because this is a common theme. The trailer we're seeing playing right now, is that pretty accurate to what the game looks like right now?
Now I think we got a lot of polished version for the when we compare with this version of trailer. I think.
Yeah, I think we made some major UX and UI and UX improvements since we recorded this trailer. Yeah, we have a full-on UI menu now with a bunch of settings that player can tweak for themselves. Uh, Besides that, I think is mostly accurate.
Yeah, we got a second
The
level.
mechanics.
Yeah, we got a different match. We also have a tutorial level you can start with, and you can customize your character, and which is, I would say, just like a hop into Steam and download for itself.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
I was going to ask if you had any advice.
Appreciate.
Any advice for anyone who wants to check the polished version? And that's it. It's there right now to download, right?
It is.
So you can hop on right now, play with and have a heck of a lot of fun. Sorry. Let me ask you this. What is this done in Unreal or is it Unity?
Unreal.
This is all Unreal Engine. Awesome. And what other tools or software did you guys use to develop this?
We used the Epic server for a little while.
Yeah, that's a dedicated server time, which is our Steam basically Steam help with the multiplayer to use our listen server. We use the Wise as our audio solution, and in terms of source control, we use both GitHub and Perforce, but that's basically some development tool.
And of course, Jira.
We shouldn't overlook Jira, but especially Miro, because Fushan is a wizard at Miro. It was incredible.
Yeah, used
seeing
to
what he was doing.
over Miro, but yeah.
We should put it on the concept art, the Miro board, or like on the back if we get a physical copy or something.
Yeah, we still have Miro board though. Personally, I think that's a good snapshot for our project, and you can see through how the project development from this original started. I actually have I had a quick peek of our initial trailer when we did during our prototype phase, and it's just really different from the current version. I'm really glad to see the involvement there.
It's actually super fascinating because I've asked that tools question from 3 different developers now, and it's all been kind of different. So what I'm hearing is a lot of time management software was used in the development of this, I imagine, with all the moving pieces, right? So after, kind of in hindsight, what is and this may be individual, what are the big lessons you learned from this experience?
Just let Fushan do his thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you guys have to say?
I can learn a lot from this project because, I think I've done a lot of stuff with. I think the most part is basically I'm doing the since of different field. I used to have production, got the mirror board and the level design. This is the first time I actually try to polish the environment arts. There's a lot of time and effort there, so I really learned a lot from that. And also I'm doing the audio part, the music, and the audio implementation is a lesson I can learn. So in terms of skill field, I think I definitely gain a lot of stuff from there. But I think that above all, the most valuable experience is how you can work with an amazing team. You need to contribute to some same project with the passion. In the last 2 or 3 weeks, we're basically trying to build a game every day, and we play test every night. We try to find as many bugs as we can find. We're trying to polish from different aspects, the UI, the sound, play, or even some tiny details for some VFX. There's a lot of effort can pay there. So I think this experience is definitely the most valuable things I get from this project.
What I noticed too is that near the end of the project, when the game was made, surprisingly, all of the developers kind of had a creative outburst where it seemed like they were not finally, but they were especially having fun, and it was they started making features that I think are the best in the game, like the crab coming out of the ground and the oversized weapons that are overpowered. We just had more fun with it, and maybe it's not exactly what will happen for every video game, but I think for a party video game it makes a lot of sense that once people felt the stress was relieved, they started developing more creatively and even more productively too.
That is beautiful. And before
Thanks.
we move on, I just want to echo one of the things Ben said about Fushan, and that's one of the philosophies here at the University of Utah, is to let talented people do talented things. And I'm super proud of the work you've done on this game. Everyone, go check it out on Steam. It's an amazing collaborative process and an incredible party game that is worth playing and checking out. Support student games. Leave some comments, some positive reviews. And we will now take a little break before we move on to High Rise of the Guardians.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome back to the University of Utah EAE Launch 2023, where we're celebrating games that have been produced this semester, or this year, I apologize. Next up is High Rise Guardians, and we're going to check out the trailer right now. That was an awesome trailer, High Rise Guardian. A few of them here will introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about the game.
Hi, everybody. We are Bold Games. That's our team's actual company name. And also, I'm the Tiger designer in our team. I do mostly animation. Here is our lead programmer, and he do the most internet work, and also make sure the game mechanic works smoothly. And here is our core game mechanic designer. He also do some software works, and he kind of like a lead guy, like both games, Hideo Kojima, and he back he's in the front, and he's in charge most of the time, and he's our reliable leader. And this is Yan Yibao. Sorry for forgetting to introduce his name. And this is Ye Xiang Zhou, and I'm Alex Liu. And yeah, that's our team.
Awesome. Tell us a little bit about High Rise Guardian. What's it about?
It's at the beginning we decided to make like retro style FPS shooter, which is kind of close to the Quakes, but we want our personal touch in that. As you can see, you see over there is for lobbies, and you can build your own soldier. So the game kind of shift into a hero shooter, but it's different. You see, all the hero shooter on the market is like Overwatch and stuff like that. And the abilities or passive or even weapons are pre-designed. It's like you cannot choose your own. In our game, we can let the player itself to choose what kind of weapons or abilities, even passive abilities, to fit their own playstyle to fulfill their own fantasy of kind of being a hero built by their own, and that's about our games. And the core game is 3 versus 3, but we also support like smaller numbers. Like if you want to do the ego challenge of 1 versus 1, you can definitely do that. But our game is best experience with 3 versus 3, so that's about our game.
That's awesome. And so it's available on Steam right now, correct?
That's correct. You can wishlist right now, and the game will be able to download tonight. So
Oh, it'll be able to download, and it's sorry, I'm stuttering. It's available to download tonight.
yeah,
And what type of players would be interested in this game?
I think as you can see, as I was just talk about, the player can fit their own playstyle. So I think it's also okay for the casual player because, if, for example, if they want a slower gameplay or stealth gameplay, they can choose the ability for example, in being invincible, so that they will not always be stalked by the high skill player. But the high skill player, you can see there are some weapons that are really powerful, but a little bit hard to shoot, like this shotgun right here. It's high damage, but there's a long casting after each shoot. So I think we are fitting for both audience, either casual or pro. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. And speaking of the name High Rise Guardians, how does it come into play?
High Res is actually the original name. This name is from one of the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 map, and that was my favorite. They are placing at the rooftop, and that's actually where we are. But the original High Res map was kind of very yellowish. We took inspiration from Mirror's Edge and some also Splatoons, and they are really vibrant, while so that the game can be more attractive. And as you can see, we are kind of in the anime style, so I think that the vibrant color fits the whole thing more, and that's why we call it High Res Guardians. Yeah.
No, I love it. And I was actually going to bring that up and ask you about the art. So I can see it now, the Mirror's Edge, and the style, very clean, very bright, very readable. How does that affect the gameplay of the game?
So firstly, in many there's in my own personal opinion, there are two type of like an arcade shooter in the market. One is like they have a gritty feels, but the gameplay is arcadey, and there's another type is like pure arcade. And for the first type of game is like gritty arcadey is kind of like what a modern Call of Duty right now, but experience is that they sometimes suffer from the visibility, and as I was mentioning, we want the game to be more fitable for the casual and pro. And one key element for pro players, they want clear visibility, and that's why we go for vibrant. Yes.
I love it. I love it. And are there were there any technical challenges that you ran into that were kind of a surprise, or what was the biggest technical challenge you guys faced with getting this all to work with multiplayer on the same maps and all that?
I'd say one of the key things we kind of in the challenge of is make sure our dedicated servers online. So our service is not actually LAN party. It's like you don't have to find 6 people all at the same network internet environment. You can just find 4 friends who is online on your Discord channel and just call them up, and let's join the game. And to make sure that everything is synced, and also make sure the detection is correct, and when one player is got hit by another one, we make sure the time is not delayed hugely. and that's one of our key challenge, I think. Yes.
Yeah. Is there anything that the team is most proud of as far as either the art or the gameplay? Or is there anything unique that you're like, holy smokes, I'm really proud that we put this thing in the game?
I just say we're proud of every single thing in our game because um, everything you see in the trailer, or if you are in the play our game, every single thing we made is made by ourselves. There's zero markets like a Unreal market thing. Everything from animation, models, for example, netcode stuff, and also the internet settings. Also, and all the abilities or effects are created by ourselves. So we are proud of everything we work because they're cohesive. Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes.
So are there any surprising things from like watching playtests or watching anybody who has played your game that kind of an emergent gameplay or something you noticed as you were going through development?
Can you repeat that question again?
Anything that kind of surprised you when you watched the user base play your game that maybe was unexpected?
Oh, they really like to use a shotgun, which is at the beginning because we think it's slow, and from the very original design, we put is the second weapon on the UI right there is the nail gun, which is most user friendly. That's we expect to every use because it's easy and the damage is okay. But it seems everybody liked the shotgun because the aesthetic of it, which when it's reloading. Yes.
That's beautiful. Any advice for future game developers who may want to get into making games like this one?
Put your passion into it.
I think that's beautiful because this to me, of all the games in the grad thesis group, was the game of passion. I'm assuming this is the type of game you all like to play.
Yes. Every single one in our team are huge FPS fans, and also some anime fans in there, so we can have a better touch on our style. Yes.
So do you get together a lot and play it when playtesting with each other?
Yes.
That's beautiful. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. So where can they find the game?
Steam.
All right,
just
everybody.
Search Hyrus Garden, you will find it.
Go find it. Look at it. Especially if you're into first-person shooters, this is the way to go. Beautiful game. Beautiful job, team. You guys did an amazing job. Okay, we're going to take a little bit longer break. We're going to look at. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Look at some of the alternative control game development process, and we will be back in just a little later to check out the remaining grad games.
Maze Compass is an out-control puzzle game. We designed and created a unique controller, a compass. With this compass, the player will explore the past and present of rings where two lovers were fated to be torn apart. To reunite them, the player must find the couple's rings and return them to the altar. Our design pillars are exploration, immersion, and interaction. We recreate the function of a compass with our controller to guide the player in the direction. The player must hold the compass and use its unique rotating and flipping mechanics to traverse the level and solve the puzzle. As the player travels through two distinctly different past and present mazes, we gradually reveal a short yet touching story.
We want the player feeling they are using a real compass, so we put a gyroscope sensor inside the controller and detect the player when they rotating the controller, and our game will rotate the view too. The first mechanic is moving the compass direction. After pushing the button, the player will start moving. The second one is flipping. By flipping your compass to another side, the player will be teleported to the opposite maze.
In order to let players focus more on the physical compass, we implemented the LED system, which is here. So talking about the LED system of the compass, basically we just combined the Arduino with Unreal Engine, so we'll receive output signal from Unreal Engine and the target direction will light up LED to get the direction.
We want next. We've done that with the details on our models, the textures, the style in which we our level and architecture, but most importantly, with the color. Red, orange, and pinks illustrate the present, where the environment has grown old and abandoned, rock walls are falling apart, massive trees lack any leaves in life, and a mysterious fog has overtaken the deepest parts of the landscape. But blues and purples represent the mysterious past life and bioluminescent fauna this place once knew, with these translucent platforms and growing plant bulbs that are lighting the way for you.
For the character modeling, I first made the low poly model in 3D Max and Maya, and then imported it into ZBrush to make the character's clothes and hair. And finally, I topped the hair of the character in Maya, and I choose to use fence painter and body painter to make the character's texture. And finally, I import them into Unreal Engine and make the tone shade for the character. And for the trees and grasses, I use the plane to make the big shapes of the trees and bushes first, and then I added them normal in Maya, and finally I imported them into Unreal Engine and made the shader to make them look more furry.
As for the rigging and animation part, the character has a clock that has 2 wagging tails and other ornaments such as rope knots attached to the clothes. So I tried to use different constraint methods to get them attached correctly and not collide into each other. I also made the idle and run animation. For the idle animation, I gave the character a feeling of breathing and observing.
Because of how large our level is, we decided to do a lot of procedural tools to help make iterating on our level easier. The walls and vines are made procedurally in Unreal Engine with tools created in Houdini. The wall tool works by taking an adjustable curve and then creating a wall along that curve. That curve can then be edited and changed in Engine to suit the needs of the level. So if you need a wall that kind of wraps around and then connects up to something, you can do that. Once the wall is created, the brick size stays consistent no matter how much you adjust the size or the angle. And then things like the height, the size of the bricks, the style of bricks, features like holes and doors, those can all be adjusted in the Unreal Engine to suit the need of the level. We also created a vine tool that takes a piece of geometry that's in the level, like a tree or a wall, and then uses that to generate vines crawling up it. This is done by selecting a random number of points that are scattered along the surface, and then connecting up those points together to create the appearance of a vine.
Combine our game's mechanics, level design, and art. I design and product a bunch of VFX. And when the player successfully opens the door, a magic circle will pop up, telling the player that the door seal has been successfully opened. When the player switches between 2 mazes, the character dissipates into butterflies and then gather again. Magic orb webs around the ring. Volume fog, blocking the player's view. When the player successfully activated the checkpoint, the fog will disappear. And some particles surround the checkpoint so that the player can see where the checkpoint is in the fog.
Maze Compass's narrative is about 2 lovers who are fated to be torn apart by a curse. This is represented in our games through 2 mazes, one in the past and one in the present. You're mainly in the one in the present, and you kind of explore both of them to find 2 rings, one from each lover, and then you conquer the foggy forest and reunite them at the lover's altar.
There are several level design highlights in the Maze Compass. The main map layout is a semi-open playable area, and a player can see the final goal and the entrance of a final goal at the beginning area, and the player also can choose both left or right. This is a circular flow, so when player finish the left mechanics or the right area mechanics, they to to the beginning area, and it's also is the idea of the reduced space. And also we have the tutorial for the level, and player will get familiar with all the game mechanics before they enter the normal level. So, and also we combine the verticality, and player can go to the like the upper parts, and they will always see the final goal from different perspective.
The compass is designed as a circle with two circles on each end, and that is for the user to be able to easily hold the compass and maneuver it, rather than if it was just a circle, it would be really hard to flip it, as you saw. There's openings for our wires and communications to go through, and that they can be together. So we have one breadboard and one Arduino here, and then another breadboard and an Arduino here that connects together. This still has the supports on that need to be cleared off, but there's a port opening here for the wire to come feed through, and when we plug in the compass, if we need to. This is both battery and adapter capable. These little screws inside is what will hold these two parts together. And all of this was made in mind with that if we ever needed to take it apart, that we'd be able to do it very easily. So this is how the final product will look. And then on top of that, we created some inserts into the compass to cover the hardware to make it a little bit more aesthetic. And how it sits is the hardware will be in here and all communication, and this sits right there. And this is used to kind of give the compass feel of spinning around. Top part is also how is what will cover the piece, and you can rotate it so that when you flip, nothing comes out and nothing breaks and everything stays inside. But if we ever need to access the hardware because something breaks, we can always do it by taking out acrylic and working inside the compass and then putting the acrylic back in.
That was a team of Maze Compass. We all work hard making this game in a semester. Thank you for watching. We hope you enjoy playing Maze Compass at EAE Launch.
Welcome back, everybody. I loved watching the production videos from the alt dev controllers. It's one of the most creative things we processes with those. But next up is the trailer for High Rise Guardians, one of the grad games being worked on here at the University of Utah. We're going to watch that right now. Sorry. Unfallen is what I meant to say. And that,
yeah, Fallen's Awakening.
Yes. I'm rocking it right now. Yeah, we're going to watch the trailer for Unfallen Awakening right now. Beautiful trailer for Unfallen Awakening. Would you believe that game was worked on by only 3 developers? Well, it's true, and we have them right here, and I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves. Will you tell us a little about yourselves and the game?
Yeah. Hi. I'm Jun Shuang, the developer and the designer and the engineer for the Unfallen's Awakening. This game, we started developing from October last year, and here we have other members. Let's introduce themselves.
Oh yeah, I'm the tech artist of this team. I take in account all the kind of art assets quality, rendering, lighting, rigging. The only thing I don't touch a lot is the animation, the programmer and designer. This guy taking account of that mainly. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm the artist of this team. I make a concept art for the boss and main player, and I made the 3D models and build the whole environment. Yeah.
Yeah, and can you tell us a little bit about the premise of the game? What was the inspiration behind it?
This game is obviously inspired from God of War 2018, the boss combat with Sigrun, like the Valkyrie screen. At the beginning, we aim to create a good feeling of combat, good feeling of control and challenging combat, just a boss combat focusing game, and it's an action game. And now that you can see, we spent a lot of time to create such high quality graphics, both the graphics, the characters move and the boss move. When you're, just by watching this, we try to create a feeling of, we wouldn't say a AAA quality, but we have a working title for this game is Untitled Single A Action Game. So we want to try our best to produce the best quality we could have for the game. You can see all of this model for environment, character, and those visual effects, those lighting thing. So we're trying to utilize the feature from Unreal 5 to get the best experience, the most polished experience to the player. That as it's like one of the boss fights in a real AAA game.
Yeah, one thing to addition that this trailer is somehow a low FPS, but actually we run 6 PC. Yeah.
Also, you may not believe, but it ran on this Windows handheld console, and also in the Steam Deck in 60 FPS.
That's awesome that you have it playing on the Steam Deck. So when can we see it on Steam?
We're still preparing for our Steam store page. We expect it to be online by the end of this week. So yeah, just keep in mind for this. Just search for the Unfallen's Awakening once this game is online. And you can get this game a temporary playable demo in our EA's webpage. Just also search for the Unfallen's Awakening EAE, and you can see that.
Awesome. So it is available for download from the EAE page.
Yes.
And then keep your eye out for the Steam page coming soon, from what I understand. Now I have a question. Working with such a small team, which is an anomaly here in the grad program at EAE, it's not common at all. But I have just some questions with working with such a small team. How did you guys divide up your workload between the three of you, and were there any challenges with that?
There's a lot of we can talk about this. So at the beginning, this is actually my personal project. So the basic combat system, the engineering, and the design was done by myself. But later we just found we need more help from artists and tech artists. So we collaborate together. A lot of these art assets and the tech art techniques that we use in the game are mostly done by our artists, Yu, and tech artist Zeshi. So I would say, at least for the designing and engineering part, that's basically just my individual work. So it was really, it's a really busy time for the last semester for me.
Yeah, I imagine the workload kind of all fell on your shoulders, right?
Oh yes. So the other works separated. We works in a very pro way. So we communicate a lot after we doing something. Yeah.
Very cool. So coming through that process with just the three of you, I imagine you all have to wear a lot of different hats, right? Because you have to carry on the different roles, the development roles. Or were there any big lessons that you took away? Any big lessons you learned through that process?
A big lesson for me is that small team, at least you should need someone that's not only developer but someone who work for the producer part. For me, when I'm trying to get this game on Steam and packaging all the thing and doing all the marketing thing, so that's really it's another task that we never expected that it took us so long for us. So yeah, I think the lessons for us is that developers are not different. They are different from who can do the producing works.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the things I think you did really well and smart, in my opinion, with such a small team is you really hit the quality bar high, but the gameplay experience is somewhat short, right? You have the one boss battle to fight. So that kind of begs the question is, do you have any future plans for development? Is there anywhere you would like to take this in the future, or was this just an exercise to see if you could do it?
Yeah, we actually do have some future plans that we're currently planning on. So do you want to talk about the PCG thing that we
Oh, not sure right now, but I can tell you that we are already adding some new features like weapon switch, different visual effects and different animation, just in the plan. But the other things is not decided yet.
Yeah, so maybe in the future we're gonna introduce more levels and even a little bit roguelike gameplay, but that's not it's not a guaranteed thing. It's just what we're trying to do.
Yeah, really, really well done. Really beautiful job. How about with the art styles? How did you accomplish such a high visual quality with such a small team?
I think we can start with the
Yeah, because I'm a big Souls fan. The first, I just want to make Dark Souls style character, so I just make the first concept art of the boss, and then they said, "Oh, it's okay, it looks good." Then we make the model of the boss, and then for the main character, we have many sketch and many idea at first, and we have many types of main character. At first, it's just like the boss. Then it looks like a normal knight, and then it's become like this. So yeah, it just looks like Dark Souls, but in the end, we have our own art style, I think.
She's so humble. Let me tell you, we have at least I believe 3 to 4 iterations for the boss concept art, and do we have 8, right? I remember we have
Yeah.
like 8 versions for the main character concept design. So at the beginning, we're like starting to working on the actual 3D assets, like the modeling, rigging, and everything. Only after we have a solid design for the concept. So yeah, that's I would say like EU's art, the concept art was the really the base for this high quality visual thing. And for the tech part, like how do we like manage to do this? I think Zeshi can talk about the rigging part. Or
Yeah,
part.
I say, yeah, we actually using a lot, testing modules like block outs of the enemies and all the boss, the characters, and we test a lot by using very rough modules, and we test the rig and all the kind of environment things by many block out levels, and we iterate on this to just making the art more related to the concept art, and then finally it turns out to be this. So it's developer this. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful job, team. If anyone's into the Ragnarok or the God of War, Dark Souls type of gameplay, this is definitely one that you should keep an eye out for. Keep an eye out for the wish list on Steam and to play the version of it. Give it a positive review, give them a comment, support student games, and look for more updates on this. I'm going to give you the last words. Anything you'd like to tell anyone watching right now?
Just keep in mind for this game. And remember, if you have a Steam Deck or a Windows console, we can run this game 60 FPS in such small console. So but you can also get the best visual quality as you see in the trailer.
Yeah. One more thing, thanks to the Unreal Engine 5, we got many powerful features like Lumen and Nanite, then we can make a student game like this. Yeah.
Well done, everybody. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of a break. When we come back, it'll be Echo of the Last Light and a brand new host. It's been lovely chatting with you all and showing off these amazing games the last hour and a half. So much more is to come, so stay tuned. And we're going to celebrate a lot of games today.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Fernando Rodriguez. I am one of the assistant professors in the engineering program. I've taught a few of the master's courses as well as the capstone course for undergrads. And we're here to show off Echo of the Last Light. So without further ado, let's go ahead and check out the trailer. Wait for that trailer. There it is. We're back. That was Echo of the Last Light, and here I am on the couch with Fat Bear Society, a couple of the members of the development team. Welcome, everybody. Go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gerardo. I am one of the level and game designers on Echo of the Last Light.
And I'm Gemma. I'm one of the designers on Echo of the Last Light.
And my name is Ian. I'm one of the artists here on Echo of the Last Light.
Awesome. All right. So why don't you start by telling us what we just saw. What is Echo of the Last Light?
Who wants to start?
Oh.
Go ahead.
So Echo of the Last Light, is an action-adventure platforming game where we have these kind of combat and narrative elements as well with puzzles. So it has a little bit of kind of action and adventure mixed into everything. And you have your main character is kind of this moth character, and the kind of the core of the game is you have this companion that you've discovered and you're aiding throughout this world, and you're kind of working together to fight monsters and solve puzzles together.
We tried to really lean into the stylized art here with a really various, like look at the bright colors here. We got and our narrative with our moth-like human creatures really makes for a fun, immersive environment.
Awesome. Yeah. No, I got to play it a little bit earlier, and it looks great. It plays great. So what was the original inspiration behind the idea? How did you decide to come up with this?
We kind of united as a team under certain pillars, and we wanted a game that had a companion AI that had like a progressive relationship and that you would build a bond with. And from there, we played around with a lot of different themes that we liked. There were some wild themes at the beginning. We all kind of pitched our own ideas. We had design sessions. And then one day, I don't remember how it came about, but we had like this moth girl concept, and we're like, but what if they're moths? And what if this moth finds a creature? And so I don't know, it just kind of evolved organically. We collaborated as a team to brainstorm different ideas, and this is one that stuck. And we like the art style, and Ian did a great job with our main character. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And yeah, it makes sense. Moths are attracted to light. And your story's all about that, right?
Yeah.
So we're seeing a little bit of combat here right now. So what was how did you all come up with the system? How does a companion play into combat?
So we wanted them to kind of be not burden like they are in some games, or like escort quests. So they have a lot of autonomy to themselves in the way it was designed. So they kind of attack their own targets without us telling them to do. But we also have the option if we want them to focus to attack, and they can change to other enemies and things like that. So they'll do their own thing, like they'll follow you or they'll wander off if you're kind of idling. So it feels a little bit more alive with them kind of doing their own thing sometimes. Oh,
there he goes. He'll be back. He's got wings.
Yeah, and so that was the fun part. It was also a challenge balancing combat, the puzzles, and then also narratively, because those were our main pillars were combat, puzzles, and narrative that we worked together. And like Gemma and Ian said, we're very collaborative about the whole process of everyone kind of gave ideas and we went different directions until we kind of started focusing on this more and more.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, so we just saw a bit of a puzzle there where you had to get the companion to stand on a switch, right? What are other kinds of puzzles in the game?
Well, Gerardo and I brainstormed the core puzzle elements. Gerardo then kind of like was our main puzzle guy, designer. So he did design some really cool puzzles. Gerardo, like, if you want to talk about those, they're awesome.
Yeah, so we try to incorporate that bubble ability that our companion has, and the most of it is kind of containing these pressure plates that you stand on, and to use the environment. And there's certain places that our character, we call him Chonky Boy, can get into, and there's places that you can get into. So platforming is something the player can do, and then there's some like nook and crannies that you can't get into, but the Chonky Boy could. So this is a perfect example where they break this rock, and you can't go in there because there's a pressure plate, but they can fit in there, and then they stand on it, and then you would stand on their pressure plate. And so most of the puzzles are a variation of that, and kind of using the environment and breaking up kind of the pacing of the game of like combat and then puzzles after the combat. That way you can kind of like get that moment of breathe after you've done that, and try to figure out solving those things. So that's the pacing of the game for the most part.
Very nice. Yeah, despite being a Chonky Boy, they're able to get through those small cracks. And also, Chonky Boy, trademark of Fat Bear Society, LLC, right?
Yeah, we need to get on that.
Awesome. All right. Yeah, so what were some of like the big challenges you had to overcome when you were developing Echo of the Last Light?
From the art side of things, we don't have a tech artist on our team initially, so that was a really big challenge.
Exciting.
So having to make a character make characters and assets that we could easily implement in game without the need of a specialized person on that was a challenge for us to iterate around.
Yeah, we were kind of afraid that the art wouldn't, the art was something that we thought would be a challenge, but I feel like the game turned out very beautiful. So like all the artists on the team who joined did a great job, and like some people who were designers or had other roles tried to collaborate with artists and enhance that and help however they could.
What you're really not getting from this is the audio, which is really nice. Layered music and the narration over the cinematics are really nice too.
Yeah, no, like I said, I played it earlier, and the voice acting is wonderful. That was in collaboration with the Berkeley School, right?
Yeah,
as well as the music as well. And yeah, I love I noticed that the music adapts to the environment. If you're sort of just walking around, it's nice and chill, and then an enemy shows up and the music explodes, and that's really cool. Yeah. So, what are some things you're excited about for people to discover when they play Echo of the Last Light?
For me, I'm very excited for them to see the story, because it's not just a random Chonky Boy who's following you. There's a reason for it. So really think about how we wanted the levels to progress to support narrative, but also narrative to support the gameplay and everything, and have like an interesting explanation for why we were with this little creature that doesn't resemble us. And the story is, it tries to push you a little bit out of the comfort zone with a decision at the end. Because there's kind of like this ethical question that comes up.
Oh, wow.
And we have a little branch, so you can choose your ending, and the easiest one's yeah, so I love the narrative, I love the game, but I'm very happy with the
Yeah, that's good to hear. I didn't get Oh, wow, yes. Is there anything else you wanna highlight about the game?
Mentioned the we have right now is fantastic. The new build that we do have on is very much updated. Really great. Kudos more to the artists and our whole team that worked very hard on this project.
Yeah, honestly, this video is not doing it justice. Definitely go download and play it today.
Yeah. So if those of you watching, if you think this looks amazing, just check out the Steam version, because it looks leagues up higher than this. It's fantastic. Yeah, this is super fun. So yeah, so we can find the game on Steam, right? Echo of the Last Light. Are there any final shout outs you wanna get out there?
Well, just Fat Bear Society forever, obviously.
Yes, I like that. Fat Bear Society forever. All right. Yeah. So great work. To the three of you, also to the rest of your team. You all did a fantastic job with this game, and yeah, I'm looking forward to playing the full thing.
Awesome.
It looks like we have 5 minutes left, if I'm reading that correctly. But maybe we'll be able to cut it a little bit early. Okay, all right. We'll go and just break it off here. Thank you again to Fat Bear Society, Ian, Gemma, Gerardo, and we'll just go ahead and cut it to the next game.
Cool.
And coming up next, we have Your Average Bear. All right, looks like I made it just in the nick of time. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are now going to show off one of our capstone games, one of our undergraduate capstone games, Your Average Bear. So without further ado, go ahead and check out.
Attention campers of Your Average Campsite. Recent events, I'm here to comment on an issue that we appear to be facing. This monstrosity by some as an average bear. However, you will see he is something completely different. Don't be distracted by his adorable demeanor. This thing and his critter freak quartet have been coordinating attacks towards the camper community. They steal our food through server eats. This is why we have hired some of our best and brightest rangers to take down the bear at all costs. These rangers are highly skilled individuals with years of experience. Oh, come on! Hey, delete that footage right now. While we want you to enjoy your experience at our camp, I am sending you this message to let you know that we are full steam ahead on... I'm done. Just stay clear of the bear freak, okay? An above average...
I love that. Every time I see that trailer, it makes me crack up. All right, we're back here with the Your Average Bear dev team. Why don't you all introduce yourselves?
Alrighty. Hi, I'm Mike, Ranger Mike. It's nice to meet you all. I worked as a producer on the game.
Hi, I'm Nathan. I'm the designer on the game as well as the mascot.
Hi, I'm Tim. I'm the gameplay and level designer as well as environmental artist on the team.
All right. Great. Trailer for Your Average Bear. Why don't you start by telling us what the game's about? What is Your Average Bear?
Yeah, so Your Average Bear is a stealth comedy game where you play as a black bear that camps from under the noses of campers and rangers, delivering it to your animal companions through a food delivery service called Uber Eats.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate the puns so much. So I love Uber Eats. I love all that. All right. Yeah. So how did you come up with the idea for this game?
It started with our artist, Josh. At the beginning of the semester, he pitched this idea called Your Average Bear, where you're just a bear sneaking around a campsite.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the idea itself, right?
Yeah.
What if a bear went through a campsite? Never heard that before. It's very original. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No. It's super fun. Like these are the kinds of fun games I like to see in Capstone, right? So how do you go about getting that food? What does our bear?
Yeah. So implementing all the tools. The rock tool is actually the first one that we thought of, and overly built surrounding by combats. Distracting and like attracting around is pretty much like our main game loop. So we have all the placement kind of tools, so including like the bananas and like the smoke bombs, and we also added resource management to explore the campsite in order to obtain these resources in order to actually use these tools.
Yeah. Let's not about the penultimate tool, the piece de resistance, the branches. Everybody loves the branches.
Yes.
Yes, best one.
Yeah, honestly, like there, right? Just look at him right there. Just holding off the branches, pretending to be a tree. That's classic. Yeah, so the game is very comedic, as we've mentioned several times. So what got you all interested in making a comedy game like this? Something that's sort of, fun for the whole family.
Comedy is just very fun. With comedy, you kind of have your own, like, you can just have fun with it, not really, I mean, you take it seriously, but not like too seriously. So I feel like comedy games kind of just have this really fun environment. I think that's something our teams especially have. We just kind of have fun, so I think, like, cracking dumb dad jokes, whole bunch of good puns, just like couldn't make these trailers, like him recording the announcer lines, like we just kind of goof off and have fun and get to put that in one silly game that people seem to like.
Yeah, at the same time, I think stealth game is a genre that usually don't have a lot of comedic elements in it, so really try as hard as possible to blend in those two elements together, and this is your average bear.
That's fantastic. Yeah. So during development, like, was there kind of a upbeat comedic development process, or did you run into any struggles while you were working on this game? Anything you wanted to talk about during the dev process?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, go ahead. In the first pass of the development, the level is actually entirely flat. And our game plan was to create vantage points that the bear can jump onto in order to like plan out and just overall plan out its like lines, paths, and then execute it. But that turns out to be really repetitive and boring after some point. So we added in a verticality system, like really huge open world map like this. Yeah. And at some point, since we have a lot of systems, that the players are getting really confused because they get thrown into the main level really quickly. So we added in the tutorial that guides the player what each tool does. And yeah, those two really help out our game a lot.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, there are always going to be challenges with any production that you do, right? Thankfully, because this was like a comedy game, most people were approaching this with like an air of levity, right? Like there were always like people joking in our Discord while we're making the game, talking about like all the good fun stuff, right? Everyone focusing on like a lot of the positive aspects. We didn't ignore the bad, right? But we dealt with it. And everyone just had like a really positive attitude, and I think that helped the game like immensely.
Yeah, honestly, I think it shows. I don't think you can make a comedic game unless you're having a good time making it, right? So yeah, one thing that I really wanted to touch on is that your game has gotten a lot of publicity recently.
Yeah,
like you've gotten. Yeah, if you want to talk a little bit about that.
That was one of the scariest things, most exciting, and weirdest things that happened in my life. So I remember I was getting up in the morning, and I figured, okay, go to work, check Discord, and then I see a Polygon article. I'm just like, wait, what? And then, like, I've seen, like, YouTubers, Twitch streamers, PC Gamer did a whole thing on Steam about top 5 Steam games, and it's one of the most mind-blowing things I've ever seen. Like, we're making, like, a silly, fun bear game, and somehow it kind of blew up, and all of us are kind of happy about it, but we've all kind of also are just, like surprised.
I'm still processing it.
Right.
It hasn't sunk in yet.
Like I've seen so many Ranger Mike things in the Steam in the Steam reviews and the comments that's just like, wow, people really and like just comments about the bear and retweets. I'm just like, people are actually really liking this. This is something like a lot of us probably grew up wanting to be game developers, right? And so now looking at this, being like, this is it can't get more real than this. So it's like, I've made it. This is the weirdest.
It's a dream come true moment.
Yeah, it's a dream come true moment. Like, I was in tears when I saw the Polygon thing. That was amazing. Like, it's hard, as you can tell, it's really hard to describe it. But yeah, our game kind of blew up, and we're all very happy about it. We love all the people that have been and talking about the game, and we really appreciate it, and we're glad you guys like it. Thank you.
Yeah, you should all be immensely proud. You, the entire team, we're super proud for you. Like this game is fantastic, and it's really nice and validating to see other people also respond to the game in the way that they have. So before we sign off, what are you most excited about for players to discover when they play Your Average Bear?
There is so much that you can like go around and do. I think one of the favorite things that we've added in, we have like a little cosmetic system that just adds so much joy to my life. We also have like a couple fun Easter eggs, but just really the experience, right? Going out, using the tools, right? Just doing what you want, being a bear, enjoying yourself, right? The comments that I see on our Steam that make me the happiest, it's just like people saying the most random things of like what they did. Like one person going up to this one section in the level, spamming the roar button and just asserting dominance over the campers, right? Like that's what gives me joy. Like that's perfect for this game.
Yeah, the fact that our game is relatively open world and providing a lot of toolkits for the player, they can really just do what they want. They can just really be an average bear on the campsite.
All right, yeah. Well, just to remind everybody, the game is now available on Steam. Yeah, if you want to plug your socials.
We did just add a new build to, I will say we just added a new build to Steam just yesterday. And so now people can get an even bigger build. We're officially out of early access.
Congratulations. That's awesome. Yeah, so you want to plug your socials as well? I know that a lot of fun stuff happens on Instagram.
We post a lot on Instagram.
Twitter.
We have a lot of social. We have a Twitter. We have an Instagram. You can look up Your Average Bear, Your Average Bear Game Devs, Your Average Bear Game. We have a whole link tree, as you can see right here, to see all of our socials.
Excellent.
Go to Linktree. I think we have a section that has all of the devs.
I cannot remember the names by heart, so please go to Linktree.
Go to the Linktree. Find all the devs.
Steam, Itch, Instagram, Twitter, everything.
Everyone on the team is incredibly talented. I want their talents to be recognized. So many people put so much work into this game, and they all deserve like recognition.
And someone, please hire him as a voice actor. His announcements are brilliant. Please hire him immediately.
Yeah, all right.
Hire all of us.
Yes, thank you again, team, for showing off the game. We are super impressed. And yeah, so we're going to go ahead and cut to another All Control dev project from one of our master students. So I'll see you all in a little bit. Take care.
Hello everyone, my name is Robert Banks, but you could call me Rob, and I'm here to offer you an opportunity you won't soon pass on. You see, us over at Runaway Robbers here have been putting together a little job, and we need your help with the getaway part. See, I don't know how things work where you come from, but here in the beautiful Villa City, traffic lights work a little different. See, we actually have to have someone in the traffic control room to monitor all the cars and make sure things are moving the way they're supposed to. That's where you come in. See, using a scale model of the city, we need you to mess with the lights to help us get away. Meanwhile, causing chaos and mayhem for anyone who might be fool enough to chase after. Not convinced? Well, why not tell you a little bit more about our values here at Runaway Robbers and show you what we've been working on? Walk with me. Now, when making this game, planning this heist, there were two things at the forefront of our process. Controller first and arcade style. You see, we wanted to create an experience you could play without ever looking at a screen. That's right, this whole heist can be done using only our custom-built controller. In fact, you might even say it looks like something out of an arcade. Don't take my word for it, let's take a look at the controller itself. This beauty is the core of Runaway Robbers, a combination of 31 high-quality arcade buttons controlling 25 intersections of traffic and the railroad, 14 meters of LED strips, all showing a real-time map of traffic, a 3-foot by 3-foot square of 3D printed roads, and high-quality, hand-painted models of some of our more eye-catching places of interest here in Villa City, all in a large wooden frame made from freshly cut pine shipped directly from the rolling hills of Idaho. To talk about the tech power in this baby, I'm going to turn you over to my associate, Cash Carabber.
We've got 31 LED buttons that all light up, and we have 14 LED strips that are all indexable. Each LED is indexable and controllable. It's a lot of lights. Within the controller, there are two controllers, an Arduino and a Teensy, which are both receiving information from the computer. We have a plugin for Unreal called SerialCom, which we can use to connect through our through the serial ports in the computer directly to the Arduino, and then we just start sending byte information out. The Teensy is incredibly powerful. We are sending 2,000 bytes 10 times a second, which it is reading through, sorting through, and each package basically tells it what color to turn every single LED on the controller. Meanwhile, the Arduino is handling just the 31 button LEDs, and that's getting like 8 bytes or something 10 times a second. One of the biggest problems with the controller was how many buttons we were planning to put onto it. The project kept growing and growing and growing until we were planning to have, like, 50 whatever buttons is buttons on it. And we figured we were going to need something that could read it. Just a whole bunch of inputs. Eventually we simplified the design until we were down to 31 buttons. But that was still, a lot of buttons. We looked into multiplexing, but ultimately we decided on a keyboard, because a keyboard already has 108 native inputs. So what we decided to do is that we've got 31 buttons, and we have soldered the data pins of the buttons directly onto the underside of a mechanical keyboard, so each button directly correlates to a key press. This allowed us to very easily set up 31 buttons that all press keys, and then in Unreal, we just handle them as key press events.
Wow, that's incredible, Kashka. But it's not all about the hardware. I mentioned those hand-painted models earlier. In fact, each one of those mirrors an in-game counterpart spread throughout the city. Let's talk with one of our artists, Irina Redlight, now.
Right off the bat, we knew the game was going to be very fast-paced. It was going to be humorous, lighthearted, and we really wanted to put emphasis on the physical controller by the end of the project. So that presented an interesting challenge, that everything we do has to be very translatable into the physical space, and we decided it would be best if we do a low poly art styles that we can easily print out all the models that we make, paint them, just like really have them look exactly like they do in a game on our controller.
Now, we've talked a lot about the development of this job, but I'd like to finally show you a look into what it's like in the actual heist.
You're definitely not getting that deposit back. Please tell me you handed in the insurance forms. Did the train derail again? That's the 3rd time this month. Did it? It's hard to keep track.
Thanks so much for watching, and we hope to see you joining us for our next heist very soon. Before we go, I'd like to pass this off to a brief word to my sponsor, Billy and Ed, who we are definitely not in a large amount of debt to. Billy?
Thanks, Rob. From all of us at Runaway Robbers, we wanted to express our gratitude to the EAE program and especially our instructor, Ryan Bone, for letting us spend way more money than we were supposed to. Thanks for enabling us. Cheers. Oh, that's disgusting. And a special thanks to the whole team for all their long hours getting this massive undertaking accomplished. I couldn't be more proud. And of course, thank you, the player, for playing our game. We'll see you at GDC. Oh, that's still terrible. Why do I keep drinking this?
and we're back. Just before the break, you saw Runaway Robbers, one of our all-control games from the Master Students. And now we're going to move on to another capstone game. This is Hell of a Racket. So let's go ahead and play that trailer.
Welcome, all thieves and she-devils, to the Hellfire Colosseum! The bar is hot, and so is the action today, as we have a new challenger taking on a hellowing horde of gruesome demons who live and die by their sport. Enter the arena and let the chaos ensue!
And that was Hell of a Racket. And here I am right now with some of the team members from the Helltown Racketeers. Welcome. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Hi, I'm Zach Clothier. I'm the UX designer for the game.
I'm Kazimar Gunther. I am the gameplay designer for the game.
Hi, I'm Emma Bukis, and I was art lead.
All right. Yeah, so we just had a view of the trailer for Hell of a Racket. And looks super fun, looks super creative. Why don't you all start by telling us how did you come up with this idea?
Yeah, so I was the one who pitched the game, and the idea was actually based off the fact that my dad is really obsessed with tennis, to the point where when I got into tennis, he burnt me out on it. So I ended up just setting it saying it's in hell and you get to reflect stuff, and then it's based off like my dad's obsession.
That's really funny. I love tennis, so I'm already a fan of this. You can see some gameplay here. So what do you do in Hell of a Racket? What's the game about?
So the game is what we like to call a first-person swinger game. The whole thing is it's a first-person shooter, but instead of shooting, enemies will fire projectiles at you, and you can reflect them back. Or if you don't have any access to projectiles, you just hit them with your racket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see the spikes on the racket that kind of indicate that'll probably cause some damage, right?
Yeah, you can just whack them.
All right, yeah. So let's go ahead and let's look at some gameplay. If y'all want to tell us what's going on right now, what's our player doing here in this gameplay?
So, I mean, you're trying to seek out all the enemies in the stage because that's how you complete a round. And you can see in the mini-map that there's a number with the icons saying, like, what type of enemies are left to kill and how many. And so, like, 2 soccer demons and a golf demon. Our football demon's kind of like a close-range, heavy fighter, while our soccer demons are kind of more like these annoying gremlins that run up to you and just kill you. Mm-hmm. And then our golf ball demons are kind of like sniper rifles that you have to reflect the projectiles back at them if you want to kill them.
Very nice. Yeah. And so what's the ultimate objective? How do you win at Hell of a Racket?
So there are 5 waves in the game. 4 of them are gauntlets of enemies, and then we have a final boss who is actually Pickleball Satan, which Kaz actually has a funny story about where the inspiration for that came from.
Yeah, my dad hates pickleball players because they keep taking his tennis courts. So just sort of as a joke, playing off of that, the final boss is Satan who plays pickleball.
Yeah, and so I've gotten to see a couple of like the early versions of the game and the early versions of the boss, and it's super fun. Like I think you've all done a great job with the visuals, with making this feel like you're in a hellscape, and it also feels like a sports arena. So it's a really good combination of those two. So while you were working on this game, were there any moments that were like particularly challenging to implement for this?
I think that art had a huge struggle for the game in general. Like, even this trailer's old for art. Like, our art looks vastly different than it does in this trailer now. But having 4 unique enemies that all have different sculpts and that each have animations and their own textures was extremely challenging. We had to go through the whole pipeline of recording mocap animations, having someone transfer those mocap animations onto a rig, and then sculpting the enemies and baking out the textures, all of that. It took a really long time. And then, of course, all of our textures in the game are hand painted. So that's another layer of complexity that we had to work with. But I think it was worth it. We wanted to go for kind of that realistic comic book style where you kind of felt like you don't want to feel it cartoonish, but it still doesn't feel like we're trying to mimic reality either. Like, it had a nice stylization to it.
For sure, yeah. It kind of calls back to some of the classic, what some people call boomer shooters, right? Were there any particular inspirations that you wanted to shout out?
One obvious one is, of course, Doom, but one that actually kind of inspired the main mechanic was actually Ultra Kill, because you can, in that game, reflect projectiles, and it was like, this is really cool. Why not focus it on that?
Yeah, I think that's where some of the best ideas come from, right? It's just one really cool mechanic, and let's make the whole game around it. As long as the gameplay loop, the main loop, is strong, you've got a good game on your hands. Yeah. So I wanted to shout out how this is an earlier version of the game. So all these capstone games are still in somewhat active development, and some of them will definitely look a little bit different as development goes on. But even just looking at this looks amazing. So if you think this looks good, just wait until you see the actual game on Steam, right?
One thing I do want to call out is for Zach, you worked really hard on making this game accessible to a lot of people.
Yeah, so video game accessibility is something that's really important to me as someone who is legally blind. And working on a first-person swinger in this case, but a game of this genre is very difficult for visually impaired people. So from the get-go, I was like, I want to make this game very accessible. And so I did multiple big things. Like, I made the HUD in the game completely customizable. You can change the size, color, and whether the things on screen are there or not, to make them easier to see. One thing that actually started as an accessibility feature but actually became something that's now default in the game were highlights to the enemies that I worked a lot to make sure that the enemies had a white highlight on them, and you could actually judge how far away you were from the enemy based on how the highlight was, and everyone seemed to like that feature so much it became a staple in the game now. And there's a lot of other small accessibility things in there, like subtitles. You can change the range of your racket. I just wanted this game to be as easy to play for people with disabilities, because everyone deserves to play a game regardless of disability. And I've also gotten a lot of people to give me suggestions on how to do things, and I feel like this game has done a really good job at that.
And I don't even think it's just for people with disabilities. As a player, sometimes, I love those features. They just make playing more fun for me. I just think it makes playing more fun for everybody. It's a more unique experience for each player.
Yeah, I know I use the minimap all the time to be like, okay, here are exactly where the enemies are compared to me, and I'm able to then actually have a better plan than just I suddenly walk around the corner and then I'm surrounded by 50 guys.
Yeah, so no, I have to echo everything you've all said. I agree. These are sometimes referred to as accessibility options or decisions, but honestly, they're just great for everybody. That's the concept of universal design, right? If you make something that's accessible to as many people as you can, it's useful for everybody. Someone like me gets completely lost in these first-person shooters, so having outlines on the enemies is extremely helpful. And I cannot watch anything without subtitles because I can't hear what they're saying. So, so I completely understand. So that's excellent work getting all of that done into the game. Is there anything, any part of the game that you're excited for people to discover when they play it?
I think Pickleball Satan, which is our final boss, he's so complex, and the game had to go through so many iterations that most people just don't get to him because maybe it's too hard or a stage isn't working. So he wasn't tested all that much, and I'm really excited for people to finally be able to actually play that stage and finally fully beat the game.
For sure, for sure. Anything else? Any other team members want to shout out something?
I would like to shout out the movement because initially the idea was for it to be more like feet on the ground. There would be movement stuff, but like not to the extent that this is. Like you can see how on screen where you're able to just fling yourself across the map or do these weird maneuvers that look really cool and are able to actually be functional. So, moving around in the game is actually fun, kind of like that Mario 64, where just walking around is just fun.
Yeah, you can tell just from like the movement that we're seeing here in the gameplay footage, just jumping around and chaining all those jumps together. It must be immensely satisfying. Definitely makes you feel like a skilled, pro sports player. So that's great.
And I also just kind of hope people discover just some of like the little things that we put in the game, like. The art is really cool just to kind of like look at and see everything. And there's a lot of, there's an extras menu in the game, which we put just a lot of funny little things and Easter eggs and whatever. And I think it'd be really cool for people just to be able to check all that out and just kind of see even we put some like dev stuff in there, like concept art. And I think people will enjoy these little things that we just added in the game.
Excellent. Right. And I think I mentioned earlier, but this game can be found on Steam, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, we release on the 30th.
Great. April 30th. Look forward to that. There's a link to the Hell of a Racket Twitter account.
Please wishlist us, please.
You can see updated art on the screenshots already.
Oh,
they
absolutely.
were uploaded yesterday.
Excellent. Yeah, so be sure to check that out. Be sure to check out all the socials. Thank you again, Helltime Racketeers, for joining us. We are going to go ahead and take a little break, but we will move on to Super Soakdown as our next game.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, meowdy everybody, welcome back. We're going to continue rolling on with our capstone games, and next up we have Super Soakdown. Let's go ahead and check out that trailer. All right, so that was the trailer for Super Soakdown, and I'm here with some of the members of the dev team for Super Soakdown. Meowdy, everybody.
Meowdy.
Meowdy.
All right, do y'all want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. I'm Connor Blunt. I'm one of the producers on Super Soakdown.
Yeah, I'm Mackenzie Toner, and I am a level designer.
All right, awesome. Well, to get things started, why don't you tell us what is Super Soakdown?
So, Super Soakdown is a rootin' tootin', tar heel shootin' water gun fight in the Wild West where you are cats playing with your friends trying not to get soaked while soaking them.
Wonderful. Yep, and who doesn't love cats, right? Love cats.
Cats are fabulous.
Yeah, all right. And so how did this idea come about? How did you all come up with the idea for this?
So, the idea came up was a while ago, a month ago. It was in October when we were doing project planning, and the idea was just kind of like, what is fabulous about cats? They're amazing. They're wonderful creatures. And, they don't like water, so why don't we have water guns be what they're shooting at each other? That way, no cats are harmed in the game. They're all just, a little bit wet.
And I think a huge impetus for it was the concept of cats having 9 lives is a little bit of a myth, right? And so you can see in the game trailer you have that number at the very bottom, and as you get soaked, you actually lose those lives, so to speak, with the water. And so that was a big thing. Is hey, what are cats? What are things about cats that could be an interesting game?
Absolutely, and I think that you've got a crowd going on in the back. Big fans of the cat game. Why wouldn't they be, right?
It's fabulous.
Yeah. All right. So why don't you talk about the mechanics, right? How do you go about moving around and shooting water and all that stuff?
So a lot of the mechanics were a large part of it, and a hard part of it was getting the cat to move right. You know, cats are very agile creatures. We wanted to implement that with a lot of the level design, which Mackenzie did wonderful work with. Some of our other designers in the team on that. But just the wall climbing was very hard to figure out, and I think you guys came up with a few different options of how to work around that. If you want to talk about that a bit.
Yeah, exactly. And so the wall climb was something that we always wanted to implement, basically to build verticality into the space, right? But it took a long time to actually get it to feel right, and we landed on this spot that we think feels really good, which is that you can actually stick to the wall. So you can climb up it, and you can actually like claw in and stick there and be able to shoot from a higher vantage point. And working around that with the level was quite an interesting challenge, basically. So we had to create lots of sight lines, but at the same time, lots of cover, abilities to go up vertically and get to a high ground. And so you can see that some places are a lot higher than others, and the impetus for that was the player should be able to climb up to those spaces.
Yeah, I've played an earlier version of this, and I think the movement is fantastic. I think it really opens up a lot of strategic options to sort of be able to run and then immediately transition into, whoops, there goes my hat, going onto the walls and jumping off the walls and jumping to other surfaces. So yeah, so honestly, great work on that. What inspired the Wild West theme? Because I know that wasn't always the idea.
Yeah, so the Wild West theme actually came about due to production constraints, which I think is a reality that we face. And so we had made a Western level, and as we were kind of going through our timeline, we were saying, hey, we don't really have a lot of time to continue making these, and the Western level is quite charming. It's a fun place to be. So what if we focus on that, and we have these like Western cats, right? And we kind of built a pitch based on that, and we ended up loving it, and it fits really well with our game.
Excellent, yeah. And so during development, did you run into any kinds of challenges, any kinds of obstacles that you had to overcome?
There were many obstacles that come with just dev as students, but trying to do multiplayer was quite a challenge for us. I don't know if I'm not mistaken, this is one of the first non-couch co-op multiplayers of Capstone.
I don't have that data off the top of my head, but I do believe this is the first one in a while for sure, and especially one that's multiplayer that's not co-located in the same space. So that's already impressive.
Yeah, but with a lot of that was a lot of work done by our engineers to get that all working nice, and they got it done. You can play this game not couch co-op. We could play it like at 2 different points in the country if we wanted to. We did do some playtests with that over winter break. But I think designing around the multiplayer and the time constraints with that was another portion. We had to cut some guns from the game. There were originally 5 to make sure the multiplayer could work, and the guns would play nice with it. So yeah.
Yeah, honestly, multiplayer is a huge undertaking. It's it's gonna take a lot of time, and things getting cut from games, that's normal. And so you always want to start big, and then eventually you might have to go smaller just to keep things in scope for an undergrad class, right? But I think you all did a fantastic job with the time and the constraints and the ambition that you all had. So this looks extremely adorable. You had a group of fans in the back getting really excited for the game. So it's really great to see. Is there anything that you are excited for players to find and discover when they play the game?
Yeah, I think as level designers, we tried to make some environmental storytelling throughout. So there are some hidden secrets that you can find, back rooms and stuff that kind of tell a little bit of a story. And we had a ton of fun with that. Just be like in our heads, being like, oh, what were the cats doing here, and how much milk would they have drank over here and stuff. And so you can find those things hidden throughout, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love that. That's one of my favorite things about games, that you can tell stories in that unique way. So great work on that. Yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about? Anybody you want to shout out?
I think I have to shout out Michael as one of our head engineers on that multiplayer side. He did a lot of work throughout the whole entire year on this to make sure we got across that line with a working game. And you can tell people love it. Our station's been packed all day with players, and it's kind of hard to shove people away from the saloon when it's full, but we don't have enough seats.
That's exciting. That's what you want to see, right? People are really excited to play your game. So where can people find this game? Since people that aren't here physically in the EAE building, where can they find it?
So currently on that, we are working on getting it uploaded to Epic within the month, because they play nicer with our multiplayer build a bit.
For sure.
We're using Epic Online Services, and so we got to do some more Epic paperwork, but we're hoping to launch within a month on Epic. So
Yeah, that's totally fine. And then we can just keep an eye on your socials, right? You've got the Twitter account up there on screen for a second. But yeah, so thank you again for chatting with me, Connor, Mackenzie. Really appreciate your time. We are going to go ahead and pass it off to Minor Scale coming up next. Meow to y'all.
Yeah.
All right, and we're back. Thank you for joining us again. We are going to be talking to the developers of Minor Scale, one of our capstone projects, the Keyboard Critter Co. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, awesome. All right, so I'll just go ahead and let you all introduce yourselves. And once the camera pans over, there you go.
I'm Max Morgan. I'm one of the system engineers on the team. My name's Craig Nash. I am one of the producers and designers on the team.
And I'm Will Loxley. I'm one of our producers and user researchers.
Great. All right. So while the gameplay is getting queued up there on the screen, why don't you tell us a little bit more about what Minor Scale is?
Absolutely, yeah. So the quick summary is that Minor Scale is a rhythm-based tower defense game where the player conducts their buggy band of critters to defend the jam session against the creepy crawlies. We wanted to combine a whimsical and cute hybrid 2D, 3D aesthetic with tactical gameplay, and that's what this is.
Wonderful. Yeah, so it's a really unique concept, combining those two genres, right? Rhythm game and tower defense. So how did that idea come about?
I was actually the original vision holder for this, and I remember, I think I was playing Bloons Tower Defense, and I remember even in prototyping, we were noticing a lot how tower defense games, there's a very significant on and off period, and we wanted to kind of fill that on period with a little bit more strategy, which is where the rhythm element comes into play there in the bottom left.
Gotcha. Yeah, so then how does the rhythm play into the game?
So the rhythm plays into the game. For each tower you place down, it has a corresponding note on the rhythm track, as you can see by the rhythm track. Whenever you hit the rhythm notes, the towers will fire, and it will encourage kind of the player to add on more towers as they progress through levels, just to kind of see what happens, because each one has, you know, unique effects, it has unique sprites, and they change from level to level, so it keeps it kind of interesting, kind of fresh, and we had a lot of fun with that.
Awesome. Yeah, and so why bugs? Where'd that come from?
Honestly, I feel like we kind of wanted to give bugs a bit of a redemption arc. With a lot of our critter choices, we were throwing stuff around, like I think frogs and like maybe some shrews and stuff, but we ended up just focusing only on bugs because people tend to see them only as the creepy crawlies, and we wanted to kind of distinguish that and give some of them a spotlight.
Right, and I think the art is adorable. I love those little it looks
the creepy crawlies and our critters, even just with shape language, keeping harsher shapes and rounder shapes, just making the critters look real fun and friendly.
Wonderful. Yeah, so obviously one of the most important things of any rhythm game is the music. So could you go ahead and tell us how that factored into development?
Yeah, so we spent a lot of time talking about how we wanted to approach music, and our composer, we have all of the music on the game is done by our composers. Will worked with them. Justin is one of the big parts of that as well. And, you know, we kind of just let them have the creative freedom. We'd give them kind of a design brief of like, you know, this is kind of what we were thinking the theme of this level would be. And they really took off with it. So each of the songs in the game is custom work from them. And we couldn't be more impressed. It was so much fun to get to watch them kind of like go through the process of finding out what they wanted to do. And, you know, it was constant feedback from them. They'd show us a sample and they'd be like, what do you think? And some people would tune in. So it was a really, really communicative process. But yeah, Justin did a ton of work on that, and we couldn't be more happy.
Yeah, refining the compositional direction with Justin was honestly the best experience of this whole project. I mean, he's a wizard with this stuff. And like Craig was just talking about, the level on screen here, this is level 3, and we wanted kind of a more dynamic and creepier feel. So the music in this, it ramps up, and it sounds so much darker than everything else, and there's just so much variety, and it's really fun to play.
Yeah, honestly, it's a shame that we aren't getting to hear the music here, but I can attest that the music is amazing.
Well, then people will just have to go check it out on Steam.
Exactly.
And listen to the music.
Download it at home.
There you go. That's how you do it. Yeah. So one of the challenges that comes with this, you know, is getting the rhythm part to synchronize with the music, right? That's like probably one of the biggest things that you all encountered. Were there any big challenges like that you all had to deal with?
So now that you asked, yeah, so that was mostly my responsibility, was kind of tackling that challenge. A lot of work went in the first semester, so there was a couple iterations on it, kind of systematically. We actually ended up redoing a lot of it beginning of kind of the second half of the course, but it gave we did it in such a way that we could work with Justin's iterations and all that kind of dynamic and playing around with it and fine-tuning it that we wanted to do. So Challenges, yeah, there were definitely challenges, but it was just honestly a great kind of learning experience of working through that at a lower level with the kind of tools that the Unreal Engine we use to make it provide. So, but no, it was a blast to work on and finally see it come together in its final state. So.
Honestly, like I said, it looks adorable. I love the little critters. I love the sort of the backdrops and everything. The art is wonderful. What is one thing you would each say is something you are excited people to discover when they play Minor Scale?
Ooh, I don't know if this is a cop-out answer, but so in between each level, we have a level select. It's a beautiful little pop-up storybook, and we may or may not have Steam achievements tied to jumping off of the book, and that is my favorite thing.
That is amazing.
I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of love put into this project from the entirety of the team, from everything from just the art assets to the music. So I think the biggest thing for me is kind of the unique part of it. So each, like we were saying, each part of it, the sprites, the music, it all has kind of a unique touch to it. So each level, you really are encouraged to play through not only each level, but the level select scene, look a little bit deeper into the menu. There's a bunch of little hidden details that we've thrown in there that kind of give a little bit more character than is first kind of at glance. So I'm really excited for people to kind of get to experience that.
Sure. Max?
So seeing, because we obviously played our game a ton in developing and we're very familiar with it, but I think one of the things that I like to see the most when new people play for the first time is just how they play it. Like what towers they're choosing, where are they putting them. We have tons of different backgrounds of people that have come through today and played it, did play testing with our other sister studios. It's just really cool to see each person's kind of approach to it and their take on it and what they do with it and how they enjoy it. So that's definitely what I like about it.
And if I can add on to that really quickly, I mean, a big emphasis kind of all throughout this process was accessibility for us. And so you'll see pretty much in every element there's multimodal communication. We're trying to tell the player as much information as we can in as many ways as we can. And that was absolutely a result of the playtesting that Max was kind of alluding to. And seeing how people even just arrange their fingers on the keyboard for our controls and what hand they used, and even today, the differences that we've seen, it's just been so interesting, and it's been really cool to see that our work is scaled well and they're all able to play.
Minor scaled.
Exactly.
You got it.
I did that on purpose.
Yeah, I like to. I'm a four-finger person. I like to put the four left fingers on the keys and do it from there. All right. Yeah. So you mentioned earlier the game can be found on Steam.
Yes.
You want to plug your socials as well?
We are currently out on Steam. We are coming to Epic Games later this week as well. On Twitter, you can find us at @MinorScaleGame. And if you'd like to visit our studio website, that's keyboardcritterco.com.
Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you, Max, Craig, Will. Thank you for chatting with me.
Thank you.
Thank you so
no
much.
problem. It's been great showing off these games. I'm super proud. We're all super proud of all the games that we've showed off today. We are going to go ahead and cut to an Alt Control game trailer, and I will see you all next time. Take care, everyone.
Would you mind if I put the name tag on the other side?
On my body, sure. I can do that.
Perfect.
So there I was, minding my own business. And then, all of a sudden, this smoky fellow shows up right next to me, hands me this doll, and says, "Hey, take this. It'll make your business more efficient." And who am I to argue with an evil spirit? So I take the doll, and I forget about it, but I walk into work the next day, and it's just sitting there. Creepily. But then I see Rocky sleeping at his desk. And I get an idea. You know what? Maybe that spirit did have the right idea. Spirit was right. It did make everything more efficient. Now, if only if I could get the rest of the team back. Maybe if I get that promotion, they'll return. Anyway, you wanted a tour and kind of an inside look of what we do here, right? Well, let's take a look. Pretty cool, right, what we do around here? Well, once I get working, that is. Well, let's check in with our hardware people.
Our controller is a voodoo doll that holds 5 different buttons. Each has its own haptic feedback motor. First is located on the top of the head for sleeping employees. Second is located on the mouth for employees who talk. Third is located on the hand for employees on their phone. Fourth is located on the stomach for hungry employees. And fifth is located on the foot for employees who are walking around. In order to select an employee, we have what's called an Employee of the Month board. Each employee has their own RFID sensor, so all you need to do is tap the doll to select them.
Oh, that's right. You want to see the art people as well. Sure, let's take a look.
Our game's art style is inspired by games like Overcooked and Animal Crossing. We wanted our game to have a cartoony art style to add to the dark humor of our game. So we went with bright colors, loud cartoony visual effects, and chunky proportions.
None of this would have been possible without our best employee, our audio engineer, who's right here, actually. She's great. And that's Voodoo Management. Remember, it's not a tool, it's a lifestyle. Are we done here? Can I remove this? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Roger Altizer, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm an associate professor here in Entertainment Arts and Engineering, and one of the old timers and a co-founder. I teach the Capstone class, and I'm excited to have some of the Capstone students for you today. The first game we're going to look at is a game called Bifrost, and we'll show the trailer, and then we'll introduce you to some of the students.
You must maintain the monoliths.
I love that trailer. Hey, Bifrost, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a bit about the game?
Hi, we're some of the developers from Valkyrie 27. I'm Adam True, one of the level designers.
I'm Piers. I'm a producer.
And I'm Dylan. I am a designer on the team as well. So Bifrost, if you haven't already played it, is a fast-paced, multi-dimensional platformer with Norse and sci-fi themes. Race across the dimension using the Bifrost, a device capable of interdimensional travel. Harness the unique abilities of these portals and realms to restabilize the dimensions. Anyways, as a Valkyrie, you are an agent of the Asgard Initiative, where you must go through each of the realms we have in the level and connect the monoliths and restabilize the realms. Stop whatever's going on, all that good stuff. Anyways, yeah.
Great. So I low-key love this game, right? Like, it is super fun. And I'm wondering if you could talk, like, is it a first-person shooter, a speed runner, an adventure game? Like, what kind of game is this?
So it's first person. It is a... we didn't really want it to be a shooter. We didn't want enemies to be the main focus. It was going fast, platforming, that kind of stuff. A lot of just, like, cool... abilities that you can mess around with. A lot of them are movement based, but yeah, it's definitely more platformy than like combat.
Awesome. So you're a Valkyrie, you're running through these levels, and you're throwing out portals, is that right?
Kind of. So you're harnessing the power of the realms. So you'll have the fire ability that comes from the Norse realm Muspelheim. And so it throws out a giant rolling ball of fire and earth that you can crash into enemies or break walls. Or you'll have the ice rift that lets you freeze like lava or enemies, and you can make your own platforms on like liquids and jump around, stuff like that. And then our other abilities that you'll get consecutively through the level.
I have to admit, when I play it, I'm really slow just because I like the fireball so much. Like, I like just rolling that thing and watching it go.
Our VFX artists are amazing. All of our team's amazing, but really have to hand it to them. We have so many wonderful people doing amazing work with all the effects. Our game it lives and dies by our VFX, and I'm so happy that everything turned out super well.
So speaking of VFX, like right now they were like red platforms that looked invisible, and then you could jump on them and turn them visible. What are they doing there?
So basically, that's one of our main mechanics is the bridge. Using the Bifrost, you can open up a bridge between two different realms. And so in this tutorial space, you're able to go back and forth between those two different dimensions. And there's platforms in one, and there's not platforms in the other. But using some of those Odin implants in your head, you can see those red visualizations of the platforms in the other realm. The player will now be going, it looks like, to level 2, which is in the realms of Svartalheim and also Niflheim. And you'll see after a little bit once
Did you make those words up?
No, they're actually based in Norse mythology.
Oh, okay.
Even though they are sometimes hard to pronounce. So basically, the rifts are just the abilities that you can use to get you faster through the levels and to combat the enemies. However, the bridge is the main mechanic. So you'll see right here, they're going to use that bridge and they're going to go end up in Niflheim, which is that other dimension. So Svartalheim is like caves and Niflheim is like air, islands, and things like that.
So they're moving forward, but they're flipping between two dimensions. One has the portal, or sometimes the bridge is in one and sometimes it's in the other?
Yeah, the platforms.
The platforms, yeah.
They're split between the two levels, so you have to kind of keep flipping back and forth and using your abilities to progress through the level. Sometimes you'll get to an obstacle where you can't progress in this realm, so you have to switch. So whenever you see leaves that are like rainbowy color moving around and the like rainbow effect around the screen, that's when you know you gotta go.
Switch dimensions.
Yep.
So when you say things like the leaves and the effect, those are all visual effects, right? And this game is full of really slick looking visual effects.
Yep.
Can you talk a little bit about like how do those get made for somebody who's never done technical art before?
Oh, Ryan, Adam, you're probably.
Hey, good luck.
I'm currently in a VFX class. Basically, I think the majority were made by our VFX artists using Niagara inside Unreal Engine 5. And yes, they've done many different effects that stack on each other and have different things. Like with that rock one, for example. First, it places the rock, then some rubble, then the air around it, and then the air effect, the cyclone. Basically, there's the cyclone. It has the leaves around it, so they're just multiple different effects. Those leaves that show you the different dimensions are actually, we called them leaves of Yggdrasil, the world tree.
Yeah.
And so those ones are always floating there to indicate those bridge zones that you can go through between the realms. Yeah.
So this game has really good flow, right? Like when you're playing it, you can either take it nice and slow, or if you want to jam through these levels, you can. Can you talk a little bit about like how do you get levels that feel that good? Like what's the secret of your success for making these levels?
I mean, I think a lot of it is just try to put everything where the player needs to go in front of them. Most of our game, it just is a straight shot, basically. If you hold W or forward on the controller, you'll usually get to where you need to. There might be a couple little twists and turns, but you can generally do that. And in newer builds, we've been just putting more and more things to guide the player around, stuff like that. But yeah, just kind of trying to make it so that it's intuitive where you need to go, either by having specific things that show you where to go or just the way that the landscape plays out.
I think we also tried to really incorporate like the abilities, the rift abilities that you get from each level and how those interact with the level. So I know that like specifically when I was working on level 3 and Dylan was working on level 2, we really tried to incorporate like those elements of fun where you can only use that certain type of ability in this area, which makes it like very challenging but also fun to be able to kind of experiment which ones you can play around with and if you can combo different types of abilities. This one that you're seeing in now is in Helheim, the Realm of the Dead, and then you're seeing the Death Rift ability that we have, and then now they're going back through the bridge to Alfheim. Yes.
How do you remember all this?
Repetition?
Yeah, repetition. A lot of us, we've like played God of War, and so that kind of makes it stick with all the realms. And so yeah, it's just that and hearing it like on a daily basis in all of our meetings. It's great.
I bet people who eavesdrop on you are going like, what in the world are they talking
It's
about?
like we're speaking a different language sometimes. I mean, I guess it is Old Norse or something. Yeah,
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Hey, so this kind of a game, you had how many people on your team?
27, which is why we were Valkyrie 27.
Yeah,
we actually
Valkyrie
did
27.
Yeah, we also had one intern and two Berkeley students that we collaborated with.
Oh, wow. So you had an intern and some outsourced musicians as well.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun. So I want to ask, how hard is it to build something like this? Like, for someone who hasn't built a game, how many engineers did it take, and what do they have to do?
A lot. We have a lot of engineers on our team, and they have all been hard at work constantly, just kind of ironing out all of our mechanics, because we have a lot of mechanics. And we have 3 levels and a 4th level and a tutorial. We have a ton of stuff, and so just trying to get one person dedicated to each little like part of the game, make sure they like kind of own that, iron it out, figure all the bugs out, and then playtest, all that stuff. It's a lot. It's a lot of moving parts and a lot of meetings. But I mean, we've come together pretty nicely, especially newer builds.
Oh yeah, it's I have to admit it, and I'm biased because I'm your teacher, but gosh darn it, if this game didn't keep getting better and better and better as time went on, and you got to a really good playable state very early, which I think really helped you with your iteration and polish and tuning those kind of mechanics that you have. We got about a minute left, and so what I want to do is give you a chance to say anything you want, plug the game, tell a story, whatever you'd like.
All right, so yeah, You can wishlist our game now on Steam. It officially releases next Friday, May 5th, at noon Mountain Time. So yeah, check out Bifrost.
Yeah, it's great. Recommend it, play it, wishlist it. It really helps them when you go on Steam and you hit that little heart to add this game to your wish list.
Tremendous help, yeah.
Yeah, and feel free to follow us on our other social medias, Twitter. And
what are those?
Bifrost Game on Twitter.
Yep.
And we should have our link tree there. Anyways, Whisker Witchery, you're up next. Good luck.
Awesome. Thanks,
you.
guys. All right. Well, Bifrost is an amazing game that you can play now. Or excuse me, you'll be able to play it on May 5th. But you can wish list it now so your computer will be ready to download it off of Steam when the time comes. All right.
You can play an older build now on itch.
Oh, you can, right? On itch.io?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah, so if you want to play an older build, go to itch.io, and you can play an older build of the game.
Also, a lot of our team is sticking together after Capstone to work on something new, so keep your eyes out for that.
Oh, tell me it's Bifrostier.
Unfortunately, no.
No, it's not Bifrost 2, the frostening.
Bifrost 3, Trifrost.
Trifrost would be huge. Bifrost, the sequel, is Trifrost. It will really confuse people.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's almost as bad as like Xbox numbering schemes, right? All right, well, we're waiting on the Whisker Witches. Are they out there? Okay, we're going to go to break. But, guys, thank you so much for being here, and we really appreciated that game. It was a good time, and wishlist it. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I remain Roger Altizer, and we're going to show you another amazing capstone game. Whisker Witchery is going to be your favorite game about magic, rats, and, well, revenge. I don't know if that's actually true, but we'll find out in a minute. All right, let's go ahead and look at the trailer. Okay, I'm not going to lie. That trailer sucks me in every time. It's just magical, and that music and those graphics just transport me there. Hey, team, would you introduce yourselves and then go ahead and give us like a little elevator pitch of your game?
Yeah, of course. So I guess I should introduce Brayden since he doesn't have a headset, but this is Brayden.
Brayden was not allowed to have a headset because of what he did last time with one.
And then I'm Ray. I'm an engineer, and I'm also a UI artist on the game.
And then I'm Morgan Hannafin. I'm a level designer.
I'm Henty. I'm also a level designer and also did some UI art.
All right, so what is this game you made?
All right, so this game is a 3D stealth puzzle platformer, and you play as a rat that was originally a witch, and you were cursed by your rival, and your goal is to go through the witchy cabin. You like dodge enemies and fire spirits in order to collect ingredients to make a potion to be a witch again.
Oh, that sounds awesome. And we're going to see some gameplay here as we talk. So this game, where did you get this initial idea? Like, where did that idea come from? Who came up with it, and how did it evolve over the course of development?
Hey! Original pitch and all.
Original pitch. So initially, I remember sitting in my design class, and I was just thinking about an animal game to pitch for a capstone class because everyone needed to come up with their own game idea. And I love animal games and platformers, and so I just came up with like a witchified like rat idea. Originally, it was supposed to be more owl heavy as well, like you're just always avoiding this owl in the game, and you're like collecting rings and stuff that give you magical powers. But from there, it branched out into just like potions and like fire spirits, and it's like grown into its own thing since then. But it all started with like my passion for animals and just having a cute little game to play.
Well, and to be honest, it being cute from the beginning was one of the things that made it just a darling with our industry representatives who really were excited about it. Fernando was excited about it. I was excited about it. So let's talk a little bit about how this game looks. Tell me how you got to this art style, because it's really rich and magical looking.
Should I talk about it? Or
Yeah, whoever you'd like to.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Well, I feel like it went through a lot of iterations, but we already had a lot of amazing 3D artists on the game, and just like so many talented texture artists, and like together we just came up with like a more mystical look for the game. Like we didn't want it to be low poly or like super cutesy. We really wanted to lean into the elegant essence of it. So all of our 3D artists and like artists in general really did an amazing job, just really going ham on it. I feel like our game is one of the best environmental games that we've gotten out of Capstone this semester. Like we just went ham on everything. It's really impressive. So.
And also, I feel Morgan and Jordan did a lot lighting job.
We did. So what you're seeing now is our first iteration of lighting. We've come a long way. So I'm super excited for our players to see the new environment on Steam. It's amazing. We went through a couple iterations just to get it perfect. We didn't want anything too dark or too light to really set the atmosphere and the aesthetics we were driving. And it came out perfect. So I'm very excited for you guys.
Oh, it's so good. Hey, make sure that your mics are lifted up towards your mouth, just in case. Then it's going to, no problem at all. So I want to talk a little bit about the level design in this game, because the levels changed dramatically, right? And I'm wondering if you could tell me, I have a burning question I need to answer. What is up with those fingers? There's like these fingers, these bony-looking, chopped-off fingers just float in the air.
Yeah, that was Hunting's idea.
Okay,
Go ahead.
yeah, so I designed the tutorial level, which is the first level. I had an issue with like where you guiding the players to where like you want them to go. And so basically my level theme was like the alchemy lab, which they like the witch have a set of monster stuff and ingredients, and finger was one of them. And I was just like, one day I was like, I look at the assets, I was like, oh, that's a really good one. But fingers, well, maybe we can use the finger to point somewhere.
Oh my
that will
goodness.
be very funny. I just came up with like a funny idea. I wasn't thinking to make it moving or anything.
Yeah.
But like our 3D artist was like, oh, I really like that idea. Do you want to animate it? Like,
It was
we
perfect for the tutorial.
Yes, like we can animated it, and then he did it, and it just become perfect.
So it's follow the floating fingers.
Right.
At least for the first level. We
least-
really
Right.
wanted to focus on the tutorial for the fingers so the player understands where to go and what are useful to them in their environment, because we do have a ton of assets. So making that known in the beginning is something we wanted to do for the players.
I'm going to ask a trick question. How many levels?
We have 3.
3 levels?
Yes.
How long is the loading time in between each level?
It's all in one map, so there's no loading screen.
No loading screen.
Yes, we really wanted to utilize Unreal 5 as much as possible, and we wanted everybody to see the environment no matter where they were at. That was really important to us, because as a rat, your environment's huge, and we wanted to get that across for the players.
Oh, that's amazing. So really, it's almost like an open world game, but it's been built into 3 separate platforming levels,
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
Oh, that's just genius,
Get to
isn't it?
make your way around the cabin. It's beautiful.
Are there any shortcuts? Can you like skip things?
You know, we've actually had some speed runners. We did get rid of a little like bug that was causing the speed running, but there are different ways that you can go around it. So it's really interesting to see our players try to see how fast and slow they could do the speed runs.
So I got to ask, because we just saw it on the screen, the VFX on this game are just delightful, right? You've got a bunch of these beautiful glowing, twinkling lights everywhere, and then when you pick up that bottle, it really glows nice. Can you talk a little bit about what inspired that and how that's done?
Yeah, so for the potion bottles specifically, we came across the issue of players just running straight past. They really loved the environment. They loved the rat mechanics, so we noticed that they would run straight past. So I worked with one of our artists to come up with a solution for the potion bottles, and the solution was putting a spotlight in that potion bottle specifically, so it gives a glowing effect. So it not only draws players' attention, but it also ensures that they are grabbing something that's crucial to traversal.
Nice, nice. And those potion bottles, let's talk about those for a little bit, because I think that's really smart. So when the potion bottle is like this, full of green, and the rat picks it up, what are they going to do with that potion bottle?
Okay, so here's the tutorial. So basically, you can see all these dead vines in the level, which you cannot do anything with them, but with this potion, and you can make them grow. Like, so you can actually climbing on and then get to where you want.
To branch off what Hunting said, we also have another bottle in our game. They're actually a different shape to indicate it's a different use. They're an empty, like, circular potion bottle. The player will utilize these to distract our fire sprites. So there'll be 2 different types of potion mechanics, and we introduced that in level 2 and level 1.
That's really clever. So you have these green glowing bottles that are like magical miracle grow.
Yes.
And it makes the plants come up. And then you have these empty bottles that you can throw as a distraction. I've seen The Walking Dead. I know that works.
It does. It's very nice.
So who are the enemies in this game?
Yeah, so we have two different types of fire sprites. We have our big guy, which you have seen up there. He is meant to block off pathways. There's no way to get around him without essentially dying. So you have to utilize those empty potion bottles to make way. We also have tinier fire sprites. These patrol a smaller pathway. There's one of them.
Oh, great.
And they're very fast.
Yes, they're very
really
fast.
Yes, they're very fast.
So for this type of level, you'll really have to utilize that hat mechanic. That'll allow you to hide from those enemies and really use your environment to hide as well.
We haven't talked about the hat mechanic that's on screen now. Who wants to tell us about the hat?
Oh, I could talk about it. So the hat is one of the mechanics we've had since the very beginning, since our very first 2-week prototype. The whole idea is to lean into the stealth mechanic and use it to just navigate the level. The hat enlarges, you hide under it. Whenever the fire sprites are around you, they miss you as long as you do it before you're in their range. So you're just completely invisible to them. There's no what's the word? Like a timeout. You can do it for as long as you need to, and you just have to be very conservative with when you do it, because if you fall into that little red radius that's showing on screen, then you will be seen regardless of the hat being on you or not.
We do also have a player constraint. The player's not able to move once they have that hat on. So if you are in the fire sprite's pathway, you will still die regardless.
Yes.
So you have to make sure that you're not just using it all the time and staying stationary, or else you will still get caught.
So you can't just hat spam your way through
Yes.
the game.
No. We wanted to make sure that did not happen.
Yeah.
Hey, so we're down to our last minute, so I just want to give you a chance to plug your game, tell people where they can find it.
Yeah, so we are currently streaming, or we're on Steam. We're also on itch. We really are excited for you guys all to play our game, so I hope you wishlist it and play it a ton. We have added a lot to our game recently from what you've already seen, so we're really excited for you guys to get the chance to see something new.
Can they download it on Steam already, or can
Yes.
they just wishlist it?
Yes.
They can download it.
Yes, it's playable already.
You could be playing Whisker Witchery right now.
Why aren't you?
Why aren't you?
Add to wish list.
Yeah,
Do it.
seriously, adding it to the wish list really does help them out. It's just clicking that little heart next to the word wish list, and it allows these games to be found better by both Steam community and by Google. So, go ahead and wish list those games, download it. This is a family-friendly, fun game that's just incredibly charming. So give it a download and try. Thank you all so much for being here. I love this game. You should all be really proud of yourselves. And sorry we didn't have a fourth headset.
He's chilling.
Thank you so much, Roger.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate
All right,
it.
thank you. All right, and we're going to go ahead and look at some of the alt controller games next, and so we're really excited about those.
Hello everyone, I hope you're having a wonderful time at EAE Launch. My name is Uncle MJ, but you can call me MJ for short, and I am the proud producer of this amazing game called Get Off My Lawn. Please help me welcome our lead game designer and vision holder of the project, Chris Jones.
Get Off My Lawn is a first-person, arcade-style defense game where your goal is to keep your behind parked and rocking in this chair and spraying away all those pesky trespassers with your trusty hose. Your goal is to finish the end of the day with as little damage to your lawn as possible.
Thank you so much, Chris, for an amazing razor pitch. Without you, we wouldn't have had this amazing game that we all love to work on. Now, I will talk a little bit about the game design pillars. We want to hit 3 particular pillars, and let me start off with number 1. Number 1 is our arcade style game. We wanted to make sure that this was a high score based gameplay and must be quick, fast paced, and loud both visually and auditorially. Our second design pillar is that it must be very light-hearted. We want to have a very cute and cartoony theme and have very stupid, silly fun, which you will see as we show more gameplay later in this video. And finally, our third design pillar is that we wanted to make sure that this game was very chaotic. We wanted to have so much things happening on screen that the player must have been like, oh my god, what is going on? But don't worry, I'm pretty sure as gamers like you, I know you guys love chaos. But first, before I can get into anything, let me introduce you, Sood, who will be showing you our hardware that we use for our game. Take it away, Sood!
So our awesome rocking chair controller is built with 3 major sensors in and a powerful microcontroller running it in the background. So our garden hose, is powered by a infrared positioning camera that essentially allows you to point and shoot by pulling the trigger. Our drink meter has an RFID tag at the bottom in the cup and an RFID sensor here, so it can detect when you lift and have your drink and put it back down. Up here in the back, we have an ultrasound sensor that detects the rocking. And so this is what we use to make sure you stay awake in the game. And all of this is powered by a Teensy 4.1 board at the back here, which is essentially a super powered Arduino board.
That really sounds pretty complicated, Sood. I personally wouldn't be able to do that, but luckily we have a great guy like you. Uncle MJ, where is the game? You keep talking about this amazing Get Off My Lawn game, but where is it? Don't worry, I'll get there in just a second. But first, let me introduce you Landon, who is our 3D character artist and prop artist, who is going to be talking about our game's art style. So, without further ado, Landon, take it away.
For our environment of the game, we took a lot of inspiration from games like Clash of Clans and Breath of the Wild for that simplistic cartoony style, as well as we made a shader to have a cell shading style to make it look more cartoonish, and we took inspiration from Borderlands a little. But for when it comes to characters, we primarily took inspiration from Kids Next Door, especially number 4, who has the bowl cut and the big hoodie that almost like comes down to his thighs. And we figured that gave us a lot of made the characters very modular, super helpful. But overall, I think it turned out really well. When it came to the architecture in our game, we took a lot of reference from 40 Suburbia, especially when it came to the cookie cutter houses that looked very similar to each other, and the bright colors, like the blues and the violets, stuff like that. It was really smart of Avni to use that as their source. It turned out really well.
Wow, that is amazing, Landon. Thank you so much. And the art team, you guys are amazing. Honestly, I would work with you guys any day. And now, without further ado, I'll be finally unveiling the gameplay footage.
Hello everyone, my name is William and I will be talking about the game's mechanics. As our grumpy old man, you will be controlling how you point, spray, and select with your trusty water nozzle. Big shout out to Denise for creating this amazing main menu and mini intro area, who will be talking about the audio and SFX later. I handle the AI for the trespassers. When they first appear, they go after a toy on the lawn and proceed to make a nuisance of themselves for a time, or until you spray them off. Thanks to our drone delivery system, we got a power-up. The 3 power-ups are a fire hose, a score multiplier, and a screen wipe that will force all kids off the lawn. We've cleared the first wave, but there are still 2 more to go. Enough of showing just the game, let's show the player in action so you can see what to expect from the controller. As you can see, what the player does with the controller happens in real time with the game. Point around with the nozzle to spray away them pesky kids. The longer the kids stay on your pristine lawn, the more damage it'll become. We have multiple damage states to show this. If you ever notice the screen darkening, that means our old man's getting drowsy and needs to rock his chair to keep himself going. Our once perfect lawn has been tarnished by those darn kids, so do your best to keep those trespassers at bay and your lawn a pleasant scene. Don't worry about all those toys, they can be part of the yard's decor or Fluffy's plaything. Though the game can be stressful, the music really helps calm the nerves. Please welcome Denise as she talks about her inspiration for the music of the game and the sound design that she made.
Thanks to William for sharing how the gameplay mechanics work in the game. Without any of the engineers on the project, the game wouldn't be where it is today. As William noted in the beginning, I created the beginning intro sequence of the game. This included the cinematic sequence that we see behind the main menu, as well as the interactive UI system and the little tutorial that you get before the game begins. The music behind the main menu is a short loopable piece that uses the same elements that we hear in the gameplay music. Periodically through the game, you'll hear the old man grunting and making some noises. These noises are used to show that the old man really is grumpy and just wants these kids off his yard. The other sounds that we hear in the game, like the water hose, the drone, power-up, car horns, etc., were all picked to play into the arcadey style of the game and also sound like they fit together and would all exist in the same world. The gameplay music was made to start slower with less instrumentation and energy and then build up in energy and instrumentation as the game progresses. This ties in to the increasing amount of kids coming onto your yard throughout the different waves, as well as the mounting stress that the player is feeling as they have to fight off more and more kids off of their lawn. Thank you so much for watching, and we really hope to see you playing our game during EAE launch. Help us keep those kids off our lawn.
Wow, that was riveting gameplay. Thank you so much, Shabam, William, and Denise for sharing that amazing gameplay experience. I know everyone is wanting to get in that rocking chair and start spraying those pesky kids away. Please sit tight for just a couple more minutes. I want you to be introduced to the team. And let me be the first to say,
hi, my name is Mark Julian Galichip. I was the producer on this team.
My name is Saurabh Sood. I was the hardware engineer on the project.
So, name is Shubham. I worked as a gameplay engineer on Get Off My Lawn.
My name is William Rockwell. I was a gameplay engineer for Get Off My Lawn.
And my name is Sandy. I was the tech art on Get Off My Lawn.
I'm Avni, and I was the environment artist for the game Get Off My Lawn.
I'm Denise. I worked on the audio and some of the UI for Get Off My Lawn.
Hi, I'm Jessie. I was the concept artist on Get Off My Lawn.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. Hi, I'm Landon. Landon Beatty, nice to meet you. I'm one of the 3D artists on Get Off My Lawn.
Hi, my name is Chris Jones. I was the lead game designer and a gameplay engineer for Get Off My Lawn.
My favorite part about working on this game was actually working with the entire team and managing everyone and just seeing the game go from start to finish and changing throughout the project.
Favorite part of the project, the idea itself, working on the USP, which is our host.
I had a lot of fun getting my hands dirty and working with such a great, fun group of people.
My favorite part of the game would have to be the power-ups. It's really especially the fire hose. It's really satisfying watching the kids get shoved off and fly off into the distance.
My favorite part of the game is the VFX and game assets because we spend a lot of time on it, and I think it's a really fun art style.
My favorite part about the game is obviously the hardware controller, especially the host because it makes the game more immersive.
My favorite part of the project was being able to do some things that I haven't done a lot of recently, as well as just working with a really amazing team.
My favorite part of our game is our first trail on Arduino sensors and our interesting game mechanics.
My favorite part about working on the game was how cohesive the art style was. All the artists knew what they were doing, they did a great job, and we were able to make the game look really nice.
My favorite part about this project was the ability to really just have the sky be the limit with the ability to control the hardware, the software, and what we wanted this game to be. And so it was just a really fun exercise in creativity.
I want to give a big shout out to all the engineers, the artists, and my other fellow producer, Sood. You guys did a great job working on this project.
To give a shout out to all my producers, designers, artists, and my fellow engineers for doing a great job on this project. And yeah, it's been a great ride. Thank you so much.
I gotta give a big shout out to all the other engineers on the team. This game wouldn't have been what it was without them.
Thank you for playing our games.
Shout out to the team. Great work, everyone.
I want to give a shout out on all of my partners. I'm so thrilled to have our game released.
My actual favorite thing was my peers. They're so nice to work with. Everybody was great. Hope you enjoyed the game. Thanks.
Major shout outs to the entire team. None of this would have been even close to possible without all the hard work of everyone. So thank you guys so much.
Such an exciting project. This has been an absolute blast.
Hi, I'm still Roger, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. We have an incredible game for you coming up here. If you like fish and you like to be scared, you are going to love Wretched Depths. This game is going to blow your mind. I'll let them describe what it is. I want to give the elevator pitch for them because I love this game so much, but we'll let them do it. Let's take a look at the trailer, and then you'll meet the developers. pay it. You're guaranteed to be hooked on this game, right? And so here to tell you more about Wretched Depths are some of the developers. Why don't you introduce yourselves and then maybe tell us a little bit about the game?
All right, I'm Massimo. I'm a writer and producer on Wretched Depths.
I'm Ryan Brooks, and I am a lead engineer on Wretched Depths.
I'm Kirsten. I'm one of the system engineers and the lead of marketing on Wretched Depths.
Awesome. And what's your elevator? Well, if you're telling someone about this game in 30 seconds, 45 seconds, what would you tell them?
Wretched Depths is a horror fishing game in a PSX style. Will you find out what lurks below? Explore the town of Twin Pines and the nearby Lake Imperium, and the more you fish, the weirder things start to get.
I think that's just true in life, right? I think that's just the way that works. All right, so this game is literally almost too cool for school, right? Like, it's just such a great idea, and you executed it so well. For those of you who don't know, this is a PSX-style game, just like was said. What does that mean, PSX-style game?
Yeah, it's a game that emulates the style of games on the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2, so a lot of the low-poly stuff. You can see very crisp textures, right, low-resolution textures. So it's emulating the style of games that came before and also some of the design philosophy behind them.
That's amazing to me. And you really did do it, right? You really did capture the look and feel of a PlayStation game, of the OG PlayStation game, and some of the design philosophy stuff. And I'm hoping you could tell me something about that design philosophy and how it affected what you did in this game versus, say, what you would do in a more modern style game.
So, like, a lot of older games have, maybe unintentionally so, this idea of maw, this space between things that are happening, empty space. And so, like, a game on the edge, something second be over. Right? Instant. A game to take that into consideration was something we also thought about. Additionally, just putting the restrictions of older games on ourselves and trying to work in that space helped us achieve something that looked a lot more like a game from that time.
That sounds hard. Why did you do this to yourselves?
One of the things I love personally about PSX-style games is because there's a little bit more ambiguity to what you're looking at, you can kind of project your own thoughts and feelings onto the things you're seeing, and things can be a little bit more creepy if you take your own imagination and put a spin on it.
Oh, that's great, right? I think, and again, like, this was the style of game that was played when I was your age, and you nailed it, right? Like, it's unbelievable. Like, I'm just going, it feels like this was a game that I forgot to play, back when I was in college.
I think we established that basically day one that we were going to do PSX and stuck with it, so I think that definitely helped a lot. Was that everyone knew starting, this is going to be a PSX game, we're not going to change that, and I think that's definitely helped us keep a consistent style with all of the artists and modelers on our team. And I think just having that early on really helped us, like, set us up for a lot of success.
No, I think that's absolutely true. Your team did a really great job of defining what it wanted to do early and then chasing it. Can you talk to me a little bit about those design pillars? So one of them is definitely PSX style, right? Mm-hmm. What are the other pillars that hold up this game?
I think we wanted the game, one of the pillars was that we thought the fishing should feel good. That's the main part of the game, so obviously it should feel good. And so we spent a lot of our development time, especially in engineering, just tweaking that fishing. We wanted it to feel enjoyable and relaxing so it could play with the fear factor of everything. So that was one of our design pillars. I think another one was sort of the idea that we wanted the game to be atmospheric and not overtly full of jump scares. We wanted it to be more of a slow burn. And so when we did decide to put in things that would come up and surprise the player, we wanted to sprinkle them in a way that wasn't constant.
Yeah, this game doesn't feel like a haunted house. It feels like a delicious story, right?
Definitely.
That unfolds over time. So we're looking at some of those story elements now. So this doesn't look like it has anything to do with fishing.
Yeah. So a lot of it is just uncovering a mystery around this whole town, and a lot of it comes up with the player's own exploration. So the player can beat the whole game just by fishing.
Oh.
And things will happen to them no matter what that we have guaranteed, but if they want to uncover more of the mystery of exactly what's going on, why are things scary, because you would come out here and think, oh, it's just going to be a fishing day, but why is there a fish with teeth? Why is there a fish with 3 eyes? And so it's kind of up to the player to kind of ask questions, look for things like dialogue sprinkled as recording tapes. We have kind of like our own crazy old man character that's like, I was right the whole time, the sky is falling, no one believes me. And it's up to the player. It's like, well, do they believe him? What are they seeing and stuff? And so that's, like Ryan was saying, with a lot of it being around the environment. So we didn't want a lot of in-your-face jump scares. We wanted
Right.
we wanted the players to realize that the gameplay loop is going back to town and this lake over and over again, and we want them every time they go back. That was off, that wasn't there before, and so it's kind of like a really subtle, gradual building up of this environment while you're fishing.
And I think that is such a good way to achieve what you were talking about earlier, that using your imagination and feeding it so that you start scaring yourself almost, right? Rather than someone just like in a haunted house popping out at you, right? Like so many games do. What were some of the technical hurdles with making this game?
I think some of the
There were none. Is that what you said?
It was actually perfect.
I think
There were
one of
so
the
many,
things
right?
was making sure we stuck to that style.
Yeah.
There was across both the development, the art, the code, all of it, just kind of sticking to the style, truly the PSX game, and making sure that across everyone working on it, that the style ended up being cohesive.
Yeah, we had to sort of assert that several times. Tried to make lots of style guides, obviously, show each other's work, share our processes, right? And then that helped a lot. But it was a lot of extra work, I feel like, that we had to do making that sort of stuff to get everyone on the same page.
Yeah, because it's not just like an art guide that people have to stick to, right? Like it's not just a genre that people have to stick to. It's a different era and a different way of thinking and playing and looking at games.
I mean, yeah, we had to, sometimes we'd have to be like, okay, we need this poly count to be under this. Even though the game can run that, like Unity can run that just fine, we'd be like, well, for the style, do it under this. Pretend like we can't have a higher poly count than this.
Talk to me about that. What was it like having to practice restraint? Because it's like you could have had the choice between a fast sports car, but you chose the classic car, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people would put in models that were too high resolution and be like, this is beautiful, but it doesn't fit the style of our game. And I'd be like, we have to rework this a little bit. And yeah, we had to use restraint a lot throughout the game. So in times we would want to make systems feel a little bit smoother than they are. And obviously we want it to be playable. We want people to have a good time playing it. But there's certain weird quirks of older games that we wanted to include in there too, and that sort of aligns with the idea of okay, we don't want this nice sports car. We want something a little bit old and run down, because that sort of feeds into that idea of horror. And so yeah, there was some features that we tweaked to feel a little bit more classic than the sort of thing you would see with more modern games.
Yeah, and I want to congratulate you because you didn't just capture the nostalgia factor, you really captured that old school charm, right? The things that made those games quirky and fun. And so I'm wondering if you could talk to me a little bit about the mechanics of the game. What are you actually doing playing in this game? You're fishing, but what does that mean?
Yeah, so the goal is to reach the bottom of the lake, and that's where all the rare fish are that sell for a lot more, weigh a lot more. And so you start out with an old kind of dinky rod and a really standard lure and our mechanic is rods allow you to cast further, lures allow you to go deeper. And so throughout the game, you'll unlock the next level. And so, this one allows you to go 10 feet deeper. The next one is 15 feet. And so as you basically progress through the game, you're getting better and better equipment, and that's kind of how a lot of the stages in our game work. So a lot of our events trigger based on what lure the player has. So they get the second lure. Now they're at stage 2. Stage 2 events will happen. They bought the third lure now. Stage 3 now happens, and so on and so forth until they reach the bottom.
Yeah, it's how time progresses in our game, basically.
It's fascinating. So rather than going to different lakes or different places, the unlocks of new content happen with different lures?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that was really smart. Who thought of that?
Yeah, that was actually a communal idea.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was this core idea that we wanted to build an environment and fill it with things and have those things change slightly over time, as you were saying. And that sort of builds, you get used to this environment, and when something's off, then you're afraid of it, right? And so that was sort of built on that idea that we wanted to follow.
I want to ask you a hard question because I think it's actually a really unique thing for a team of your size. How big were you?
26,
27, something like that.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
That's a healthy amount.
It's a little bigger than the other classes that you've had that were 3 or 4, right?
7 at most.
7 at most, yeah. So it's very difficult to get that number of people coordinated, and even harder to get to that point where they're sort of gelling together, that you can make real decisions together, like this sort of, and not that it's a consensus or even a democracy, but it just kind of feels right, these ideas, right? Can you talk to me about how you got that cohesion?
Well, one thing we did, we had several different sub-teams built kind of within our team structure to tackle very specific tasks, and that kind of made it a little bit easier because you weren't directly working with 27 different people. You were working in maybe your sub-team of 7 to 10 people. So that way you kind of communicate within that group and get that section of the game as good as possible. So like we have one team really driving on assets, one really working on the systems of the programming, one like working on the events of the game, things like that. And then kind of building those teams and talking with each other. Sometimes it was a little bit difficult, but working within the team was a lot easier when you had the smaller sub-team.
And then we assigned producers, people who are acting as producers to each team to oversee that, and I think that helped keep them very well managed as well.
Oh, nice. So everyone's in their little subgroup teams, their little strike teams, whatever you want to call them. And then, but how do you bring them together then? Like when they're all doing these, like how do you not end up with like someone making a pie and another person making a pizza?
So that's kind of what their producers come in, is they're kind of like managing their own sub team, but they're also like the communicator of with the other producers. So like with events, it's like, hey, we need a scary monster guy that pops up here. Assets team, can you make a scary monster guy? Here's like a 2D drawing of what we want him to look like. And so then the asset producer would be like, okay, hey, I need someone to make this. And then, so it's like the constant communication with these producers allows where all the producers have to worry about is making sure people know what they need to do and who's doing it. And so that lets like the talent team just have to work on actually making the thing. And so it's like you don't need to think about, more than you really have to. So it takes off a lot of stress from other people, and people can just focus like, I'm a 3D artist. I want a 3D model. Oh, this is my task. I'm going to do it. Here you go. What's next? And so that's kind of like our loop of routine was kind of like getting a task from the producers communicating who needs what from each team, and then assigning people to do it, and then making sure it gets done on time and and it looks good with quality and everything.
People should pay you to describe producers. Like that is the best description of what a producer does that I've ever heard. Right. So thank you very much for that.
Of course.
I'm going to clip that and take it and use it later.
Yeah,
so,
please do.
Oh, good. I have permission. Hey, this is going to work out great.
I consent.
There we go. Hey, so the game itself seems to have two major environments. Is that right? The lake and the town?
Yep.
Right? And clearly you're going to fish in the lake, right? What kinds of things happen in the lake and make it different from the town? Or what happens in the town that makes it different from the lake?
Yeah, totally. As you said, you fish in the lake. A lot of the events that happen in the lake. So a lot of the sort of like core ideas of the game. And then in the town is where you buy those upgrades that we were talking about. You buy the sort of things that you can use to fish further. So it's a cycle of going between them. But also in the town, there's characters to talk to, and there's story to see there as the town also changes over time. Not only the lake adapts as you progress through the story, you can slowly see sort of the corruption of the world leaking into the town as well. So it's another storytelling device. It's a way to meet our characters, and it's a way to purchase those upgrades. And I think that's what it's there for.
It's kind of like a separation of the social and antisocial of fishing, where fishing's kind of a solo sport. When you're on the lake, you don't really see anyone else. You have a radio, and that's kind of like your only sense of other people exist. And when you're in the town, it's kind of like, hey, I can talk to this person. I can talk to this person. I can see, hey, people live here. This is someone's store. But on the lake, it's basically just you, nature, and whatever you manage to catch.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I love that contrast. I think it's really good. And I guess I want to ask, so I fish, right? And I've spent a lot of money buying new lures. I have to do work to get my money. What do you do in this game to get the money for the lures?
You sell the fish.
Oh, you're kidding.
You're doing work.
These spooky, teeth.
Yeah.
I got to be honest, a fish with teeth is terrifying, right?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
And you sell them?
Yeah, there's a certain guy that likes them.
Yeah, there's your standard store owner. He doesn't really like those fish, but you might find an odd friend in a back alley somewhere who'll no questions asked. But you don't know what he's doing with them. But hey, he pays you for them.
So it's a guy with a trench coat and a cooler, and you're selling your fish to him.
Yeah, that's basically him.
Oh,
you don't know what he does, where he gets the money from, but hey, he's telling them. So
that's absolutely incredible. Hey, so we have about 2 minutes left, and what I want to do is give you a chance to talk about something you really want everyone to know about this game, and then why don't you go ahead and tell them where they can download it and where they can find it.
Yeah, so I think one thing that we're okay with talking about it, we're going to continue development on the game. At least some of the team is interested in staying on and truly making this what we believe it can be.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of things we had to cut out of this game because of just the time constraints. We have to get all these people in order. We have to figure out what we're doing, and our ambitions are always a lot higher than what we can end up doing. And so as a way to sort of see that through and see our initial vision through, that's what we're doing.
Yeah, and we're out of early access. We have a fully developed 1.0 version now. It's available on Steam, Wretched Depths. Wretched Devs is also our socials and everything. But yeah, we are fully out of early access. You could download our game on Steam for free now. And I think a bunch of the other Capstone games. We're working on making a Steam bundle with all of them and just in one-click download, so you don't have to.
So excited about that.
So you don't have to search individually. But yeah, on Steam, that's the main place to find us.
Awesome. And so the game is available now on Steam.
Yep.
And you could download it. You could still wishlist it, right? You can just wishlist things over there, right?
Yep.
And that wishlisting is funny because it actually helps the game get discovered on Steam and discovered in media.
Sure
So
does.
do that. Wretched Devs with a V, right?
Yep,
that's
that's
the handle for Twitter and all that,
Yep.
right?
Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, all of it. We
Oh,
have a little
I
bit of
have
everything.
I have always made it a point not to look at students' TikToks until after graduation because but I'll look at Wretched Devs. That sounds fun. It sounds like it's a safe one.
Yeah.
And then finally, I guess what I heard from you was that you're going to continue this game after graduation, which means that you have the opportunity to invest in Wretched Depths. So if this is your jam, you should download it, play it, and then, call them up. And you could get on the ground floor, or excuse me, the bottom of the lake of a really cool project.
Yeah, we've been in early access on Steam, and we take so much of that feedback into consideration. So you're genuinely telling the truth when you say that.
I know you have been really, really responsive to community feedback, and that goes miles, both in terms of creating that community, but also creating a great game.
Totally.
Yep.
It's a bit of that co-design, right?
There were bugs we never would have found with like our limited play testing with our class that we've managed to find. Someone said, "Hey, I found this bug. This is how I recreated it." We can reply, "Oh, thanks, we fixed it," and it's not a problem anymore.
The depth of the Wretched Depths community knows no bottom.
Yep.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Hey,
we're planning to open up to beta testing as well throughout the next
Wonderful.
iteration of Wretched Depths. So we're going to kind of have more of that community development process where people can come in and beta test our game and learn more about kind of our whole development process. And we're really
Love it.
excited about that.
Yeah, well, community, you can help them out, and then we'll continue to help you out too as much as we can. All right.
Anyone here? We have plenty of stickers upstairs still. So.
Oh yeah, go get a sticker. How could you not? All right, thank you so much, Wretched
Yes, of
Depths.
course.
It was
Absolutely.
just an honor and a pleasure to have you here. And honestly, this is one of the more original games that we've seen in a while, right? This is the first PSX style game, and this horror and fishing combination. Like from the minute it was pitched, it was so juicy, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Thank you so much.
That's got to happen, right?
Yeah.
So congratulations on delivering on a wonderful promise.
Thank
right?
you so much.
Of course. All right, and so we're going to cut to a break, but thank you, Wretched Depths, for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Yan Yao. I'm the producer of this team. Balloon Overfly is an accelerating and cooperative game that demands players to join forces and maintain the ship's buoyancy. Playing as two daring adventurers, you and your partner must effectively communicate and collaborate together to inflate the balloon, stabilize the ship, gather the rewards in forms of stars, surmount hazardous obstacles, ultimately triumph in reaching the destination.
So, my name is Raven and I'm a game designer on the Balloon Overflow team, and I'm here to talk about our design principles. So one of our design principles is co-op. Cooperation plays a huge role in making player experiences more enjoyable, and it is designed in a way so that the players can work together and help each other out in keeping the balloons inflated and also the ship stable while collecting the stars and overcoming obstacles. The cooperative gameplay encourages players to communicate and have a better teamwork, as the players need to coordinate with each other and their actions to be successful at the game. So the game is not just fun to play but also helps strengthen the bond between the players as they share a common goal and face challenges together.
Hi, my name is Ashwant. I am working as an engineer. One of the
crucial problems we needed to solve is to ensure that players don't get tired while playing our game due to pumping. So we came up with a few systems to address this problem. One such critical system is the rest point, where players can land their ship without dying and take a breath before resuming the play. Well, other systems include fever mode, which makes the ship invincible and grants super speed for a short interval, and then fan mode that allows players to control the ship's height using the handle of the bike pump.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm an engineer for our project. Our unique game controller is made from 2 bike pumps. An ultrasonic sensor is attached to each pump to measure the distance of the handles. The balloon gets bigger when the players pump. As a result, the ship flies higher. In addition, our game uses some real physics. The players must strategically tweak the balance of the ship by deciding how big the balloon is on each side to progress through the levels. For example, tilting forward makes you go faster and tilting backward makes you go slower.
Hi, I'm Nikki and I am a producer on the team. I'm just going to go over briefly about the process of upgrading our alt control. So initially the controller was, well, for the prototype phase, it was a little bit unstable. The cables in the Arduino board were constantly falling out or they were breaking. There would also be a lot of people just accidentally bumping into the controller, and it was just unreliable. So we decided to just ramp it up a little bit, and we got new Arduino boards. The cables are really secure now. And then we also had an issue with our pump being too low to the ground, and many people found it awkward and even a little painful to bend down while playing our game. So I had a 3D printed base made, and it just elevates the controller about 10 inches off the ground just to make the controller experience a little bit better, a little bit more comfortable. So about our level design, it's definitely been a process. Our game started off initially very linear. We got a lot of feedback that the game felt a little bit too small and a little bit too hard. Players were kind of restricted between those 2 boundaries, and it was really hard to keep them centered. So our engineers were really great about this, and they were able to create boundaries that we could use in the level. And these boundaries they allowed us to make the level go up or go down, and utilizing that, we were able to make the levels a little bit more dynamic. You can go up, or there's like drastic parts where you can go down in the level. It just made the experience a little bit more interesting. There was also within the level that was really important to implement was those rest mechanics that we talked about, and having those checkpoints and then the fever mode and the fan mode. Those are all mechanics that help mitigate player exhaustion, and having those placed sporadically in the level just kind of allows player to last longer in the game versus playing and then getting tired after 30 seconds after pumping. So we were able to expand our level utilizing these mechanics throughout. And currently we have 3 levels, and they kind of gradually increase in difficulty.
I am Ning Shen. For our art style, we've incorporated a warm and inviting color in our games. We also have a unique stylized art features with a charming kitchen full of unexpected dangers. And we drawing inspirations from popular games such as It Takes Two and Little Big Planet. We focus on the stylized art as our main tongue, and we are creating a world full of fantasy and balanced with details.
Hi, I'm Zonghao Li. I'm responsible for the original art design and the UI. At first, our art style is pretty weird, it's for the adults, but now gradually we find that maybe there are some kids to play our game, so we decided to change our art style. Now it's suitable for all ages, and I'm happy to see that the tech art team has successfully restored my original art design and make it better. I hope you enjoy our style.
Hi, I'm Jing Li. As the 3D artist, I'm responsible for creating top quality assets
such as leveling, rigging, and character animations for our upcoming games. To ensure the seamless workflow, I worked closely with my team and employ my expertise in 3D to establish the game desired atmosphere. I also committed to provide timely support and solve any obstacles that may arise during the game development process.
Hi, I'm Ichi. As the artist responsible for designing and modeling the obstacles in our game, I had a lot of fun coming up with creative ideas for the kitchen settings. I make sure to include familiar objects like teapot and teacups, knives and shelves, turning them into a unique challenge for players to navigate. In order to match the warm toy-like style, I made the models a bit rounder than the real objects we use in daily life, so that we can use them to build a lovely and relaxing scene. I also spend a lot of time on the materials because it's important for stylized models and I want them to look good. I'm really happy with how the kitchen turned out, and I hope players will enjoy the immersive backdrop as they work together to overcome these obstacles.
Hi, I'm Catherine. As a tech artist focused on VFX in our project, my main job is to create a kind of vivid and distinctive VFX for our game's environment and different game modes. For example, the fever mode is what I put a lot of thought into it. When players enter the fever mode, I want them to notice that the ship is speeding up and something special is happening. To do this, I add fire and wave effect and also change the white exhaust, which is in the normal mode, to the gradient effect from red to black. To make sure everything went well, I worked closely with our teammates. I believe we've created a kind of fun and straightforward gaming experiences for our players.
It is a pleasure to be back with you. I remain Roger, and we have a fantastic game for you to look at. It's the last game we're going to show live here, but you know, good things come to those who wait. We're going to show you Natural Disaster, but before we talk about it, let's look at the trailer, and then the students can describe it to you. All right, now I know you want to know more about this game. So we have the developers of Natural Disaster with us. Why don't you introduce yourselves and tell us a bit about your game?
Hi, I'm Claire. I'm one of the designers.
I'm Gabby. I'm an engineer.
And I'm Brianne, a producer.
Now, before we get to your pitch of your game, Brianne, it looks like a disaster befell those glasses. You want to tell me about that?
Oh, you know, they've been last all semester long, but right before, of course, they had to snap. It's a great way to end off the project, is to have my favorite butterfly glasses kaput. It's gone. That's a shame.
Well, I think it fits the theme of the game. Who wants to tell us a bit about this game?
Sure. So Natural Disaster is a point-and-click inspired puzzle game played in a ViewMaster where you sowed seeds of disaster via the butterfly effect. And if you don't know, the butterfly effect is the philosophical concept that the flapping of the wings of a butterfly on one side of the world can cause a tornado on the other side of the world. And the way that this interacts with our game is that we have 7 different scenes which you can switch through via the ViewMaster lever. And as the butterfly, you're going to go around doing really small interactions, and you're actually pretty evil. So the goal is to cause disasters in the lives of the characters that you see on screen, while chaining small effects across the different scenes in order to lead to those final chaotic disasters.
Oh, okay, so now I got some basic questions. I love them. I know what they are, but for our audience, what is a ViewMaster?
Sure. So ViewMaster is sort of an older concept. The official term is called a stereoscope. And it's sort of this device, this sort of like goggle contraption where you can slot in a image reel, and they're 2D images, but the way that it works is they overlap 2 images from slightly different perspectives. And so when you look through them, it actually comes out looking like a 3D image. And so you can see this in our game where we actually utilized a 3D space to sort of replicate this reaction, but then you get the fixed camera perspective and you get to explore the scene in full 3D depth.
Oh, that's awesome. So this is officially the first ViewMaster-based game that I've ever seen. It's definitely the first one from the University of Utah, so congratulations. That's a retro concept, this ViewMaster thing, and point-and-click adventures are kind of a retro-style gameplay. What motivated this sort of nostalgia, charming kind of aspect of the game?
Sure. The ViewMaster thing actually came first, and it just seemed like it made sense with how the image reel scrolls that these scenes need to sort of interact with each other. And so there were some different iterations of what we could possibly do with that. One of the potentials being a sort of like mystery where you can find clues in different scenes. But just the idea of the butterfly effect with where you can chain reactions together, it just really worked with the different scenes that we have.
Okay. So for our audience, you're that butterfly, right?
Yes.
And what are you doing?
You're going to fly around the scene and you're going to be looking for the different interaction points. And so those are sort of these small objects, because we're working with, one of our design challenges was we wanted to work with a semi-realistic butterfly weight capacity, just as a sort of limitation for the player and also part of the challenge, in that you only get to interact with small pieces of the environment, whether that be a small sort of lightweight object or just a button somewhere, is that you're limited in that way, but then you get to see how those unfold into bigger disasters as the characters interact with what you do. So a lot of it is going to be searching around the scene and sort of organically figuring out how the interactions are going to relate to the characters that you're targeting.
All right, so you're this butterfly, and you're flying around, and you press some things or pick some things up, and then something happens here, like this flood that we just saw, but things happen in the other clips from the ViewMaster as well, the other images?
Yes. So usually you interact within one scene directly, and that often relates to a specific character that you're targeting. And the character will react to what you did, and then they will leave the scene. So that's actually your cue as a player to then switch through the scenes and figure out where that character ended up. And that's going to culminate in them reacting to whatever you just did. So then you get to see how that reaction comes about, and then you get to interact with them again in order for them to leave and potentially go back to the scene you were just in or go into another one. And that's sort of where those chains happen.
All right. So I think everyone's got it. So maybe you could describe what's happening in this scene.
Yes, so this is...
Or flip it, sorry. Or that scene, or this scene, or that one.
Yes, just kind of showcasing the ViewMaster interaction here. I can pick one in particular. So we've got our theme park scene, which has some different pathways that interact with this. So usually the first one that players stumble upon is that there is a peanut stand vendor and there's a free sample sign somewhere else in the scene. And as the butterfly, you get to pick up the free sample sign. And if you put it on the peanut stand, then that leads the characters in the scene to realize there are free peanuts, and then they go pick them up. And so a character will come and get some free peanuts, and then they'll leave the scene. And that actually leads to one of our other scenes where there is a character who is allergic to peanuts. And so if you figure out that connection there, you can drop a peanut in their bowl of chowder and cause an allergic reaction, which is the ultimate disaster for this character that we have here. So it's a lot of those sort of little things that start in one scene. And we really wanted to keep the interactions connected to the location that you're in. So most of what you'll see is related to sort of the environment that you're around, and also that the disasters, while they mostly relate to, like these big finales at the end of the pathways, they mostly relate to the character specifically that you're targeting. We have some narrative behind there. But also, most of them also culminate in destroying the scene location as a whole. And so with that theme park...
That shark just eat that dude?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. So we've got the water there, and there's a shark there. And the way with the theme park scene is you've got a Ferris wheel in the background, and there's something really interesting that happens with the Ferris wheel if you do the path that culminates there.
So this butterfly is low-key violent.
Oh, yeah.
Very.
Not low-key.
Not low-key.
Directly evil.
Yeah.
Majorly violent, right?
You can think of the scrapbook as a hit list, basically.
No!
Yes, yes.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Okay, so you're the butterfly flying around. This makes perfect sense. So basically, this is like a traditional point-and-click adventure game where you're clicking something and that triggers something else. Like you need to find the key to unlock the door. You have to talk to the butler in order to find out where the key is, that kind of stuff. But on a more grandiose scale, because you're knocking things over, this looks really hard to make. I got to be honest. So, like, what were some of the technical challenges you faced?
There were a good amount of technical challenges. One of the things that we focused the first little bit of development on was getting a solid base, making everything that's interactable easy to build off of. So when design came up with the pathways and the interactions, it was easy to implement and test and things like that. But then again, still adding things and still refining things all the way up until the last second. So
yeah, the class actually has this thing where you're not allowed to add new features in the second semester. And y'all obeyed that rule, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Totally.
we were pretty close. Honestly, I pushed for it. We were pretty close.
You're pretty close to no new features, huh?
Yep.
We actually were mostly feature complete back in October.
Mm-hmm.
We actually ended pretty early in comparison to the semester. It's just as playtesting happened, we saw things come up over and over that kind of needed new features in order to sort of patch some problems we were having.
And one of the major things that we were focusing on this semester was actually doing a lot of the machinima work, doing a lot of the animations, making the scenes look really, really pretty. Because that was, as you can kind of see here, there's lots of art assets, just so many.
So many. Hey, so for our friends at home, what's machinima?
Yeah, so machinima, basically when you're looking at the scene, you can see all of the characters when you interact with them within the sequence. They will play an animation that kind of matches what you do in the scene. So we give, just beforehand, we gave Darius a set of car keys. He shows the car keys, and then he drunkenly walks off set. So just a bunch of individual animations that our animators created, and then just kind of bridged those together.
And I love that you've taken this machinima concept, and you even had a machinima team, didn't you?
Yes,
like a sub-team?
Yes, we did.
I think that was really clever, by the way, and it really shows in the game. Lots of fun animations. And so speaking of the art of the game, talk to me about the art direction. Like, how did we get to this style of these cute little people and this butterfly? And, like, these are the most adorable prisoners I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, one of the major things that we wanted to do is, since we wanted to have so many, like, larger scale destructions and grief and agony and pain, we wanted to make sure that it was, like, it's kind of cute, though. So,
yeah.
We wanted to go so they were kind of toy-like. They were kind of a little bit cute. So, when someone gets stabbed or someone drowns, it's based outside of reality, which makes it a little less serious.
Yeah.
We tried to stay pretty consistent related to kind of this cartoony style, especially with like all the art assets. It was quite interesting since we had about 10 artists or so.
Yeah, 10 artists.
Yeah, working on all sorts of stuff. So it was very fun to try to create a visual piece that was consistent or somewhat consistent throughout the whole way through.
How big was this team?
It was 29
Large.
people.
Yes.
29 students
The
on
largest
one team.
in Capstone, I believe. Not
Yeah.
just this year, but in Capstone history.
I think this might be a record break. Like, yeah, that could be. You might be the first person to kill someone with a peanut in a game in Capstone, as well as the largest team ever. How hard was it to manage a team that big?
Very difficult.
So how'd you do it?
Yeah, so one of the things that we mainly focused on, especially since a lot of our team had specialized skill sets, is we couldn't entirely work on an agile model having feature teams for everything, especially since, if I have a 2D artist that's really good at making 2D art, I don't want to have them make 3D art, what we would have had to do to be strictly to that agile setup. The way we got around it is we kind of had a waterfall agile hybrid where we were department based, but then we would split off into features depending on what the game needed. So, if the game needed, the sticker books, we had a sticker book team, and if we needed machinima, we had a machinima based team.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
And something bigger team as well that is different from smaller teams, I think, is that in a smaller team, you're usually wearing multiple hats, is that you often have different skill sets and other elements of design, and as needed, you sort of pick up those tasks. But since we had 30 people, we had enough to pretty much cover everything, and so it meant that everyone was pretty divided in what they were working on equally, which I think worked out really well.
Awesome. So the environments in this game are just delicious, and like even the way that Ferris wheel rolls and speeds up, right? Like it getting faster and it accelerating adds so much charm, right? Oh, did you do that?
That sequence took me hours. Hours.
So it took you hours to get that one giant Ferris wheel to roll.
Yes. Yep.
And to make it look compelling.
Yes.
That's
yeah.
the hard part, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
I went through so many iterations to say, okay, this looks real, but it also looks dangerous.
Yeah, yeah. And those of you who are future game developers, that's what game development is like, right? How do we make this Ferris wheel, spend a couple days on it, roll in a interesting but dangerous way, right?
Yeah.
All right, we've got about a minute left, and what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to tell people where they can get this game and where they can support you.
Yeah, so you can actually find this game on Steam. So it's Natural Disaster, a Butterfly's Guide to Mass Destruction. You can find all of our socials at burningreelstudios.com. You find us on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. We're everywhere. So you can find us all there. And please play the game. Please review it. Please enjoy it at your heart's content. There's cosmetics, so skins and hats.
And trails.
And trails.
Yes.
Trails exist too.
Customize your butterfly.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what was the website again?
Yeah, it's burningreelstudio.com.
Burningreelstudio.com. Okay, great. So, and you can download this game. Oddly enough, you can also still wishlist it even if you download it, and that helps the game get discovered by people. So we really encourage you to do that. Support student games. Download this game. These are people who are all going on to wonderful careers, and you can talk about, oh, I remember that student game that they made. So go out there and play Natural Disaster. Thank you all so much for being here. It was an honor and a privilege to be with you.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ezra Botansky, and I'm the producer on Team Demo. I'm excited to show you the game we've been hard at work on for the past 3 months. This is Demolition Gang. Demolition Gang is a chaotic cooperative game where 2 players must work together to operate an excavator and destroy buildings. Each player has their own set of controls, represented in the real world by an innovative alternative controller that simulates the controls of an excavator. By cooperating, and most importantly, communicating, players will have a blast destroying buildings in each level. First, I'd like to talk about the design pillars for the game. While we developed the game, we focused on 3 main pillars: chaos, cooperation, and contrast. Chaos. We wanted to make sure that in our game there was always something to do, something to motivate the player to keep going. This can be seen with our levels having objectives that force the player to keep moving. This creates a frenetic, chaotic atmosphere in our game that adds to the fun. Cooperation. We had a simple rule for our game throughout development. If someone could play Demolition Gang solo and succeed, we as developers have failed. We wanted to make sure that the game required cooperation and communication in order for the player to succeed. This leads to our final pillar, contrast. Contrast. As development went on, we made sure that each player's set of controls felt asymmetrical and important. This promoted communication between each player, as one single player could not succeed on their own. This contrast between controls encouraged the idea that each player was integral to making this excavator work. Let's talk about that innovative controller. As you can see, the game is controlled by 2 controllers, each made up of a series of levers. Each of these levers corresponds to a set of controls in the game, such as rotating the cab of the excavator or shifting gears. We also have this box here, which controls the engine of the excavator. During gameplay, the players will have to start the engine by winding it up first, and they may even have to jump start it from time to time using the 2 attached wires. Here, we can see our 2 expert demolishers playing the game. Look at them go.
Move your left hand forward.
Our game's VFX and technical art is also an area of note. One aspect that we wanted to get right was the feeling of destroying buildings in an urban area. To accomplish this feeling, we developed a unique generator that takes any area on Google Maps and automatically generates it in Unity. We use this generator to create the backgrounds for our levels, to help them feel lived in and realistic. Another core aspect that we wanted to nail was the destruction. I mean, it isn't the name of the game after all. To this end, we created a dynamic destruction system for our main target buildings, as well as a separate, simpler destruction system for our smaller buildings. These destruction systems work in tandem to make sure the player feels empowered destroying the buildings in the game. Thank you for taking the time to learn about our game. Please go experience Demolition Gang yourself. That's all for now. Thank you.
Well, my goodness, here we are at the end of an amazing day. It is the final EAE launch day, and it was a pleasure sharing time with you. We're fortunate to have Michael Young here, our director and fearless leader, who's going to tell us a bit about what today was, and then we have an announcement to make. So, Michael, tell us a little bit about the day.
Thank you, Roger. Hey, everybody. Wow, what an amazing day. I think you probably have been enjoying having all the student devs come in and talk with all of our hosts throughout the day about their work and their games. We've been here running through the building, experiencing those games, playing those games over the whole from 2 in the afternoon until now, and it's just been really, really personally remarkable to see all the energy of all the students and to see how creative and amazing the work that they do is. And I can't wait to see what they're going to do next when they go on from working here to being game makers for life. It's pretty inspiring.
It really is, right? Like, that's the great joy of this. What we get to do is to see these students not just grow and mature and learn, but to make things we could never imagine, like to bring something into the world that's totally new and creative. And it's like this room is it's just full of them, right? And like, it's unbelievable.
Yep.
And I remember walking someone around here today, and it was just the sheer variety of the games is absolutely mind-blowing. One of the things that was special that happened today is this is our first in-person one again, right?
That's right.
And so we had a big fancy cake, as is our tradition. It had like Bowser at the bottom and said EAE, and it was really cool. And then you did this cake cutting ceremony where you made an announcement. Do you want to tell everyone about this announcement?
Yeah, so one of the things that I said is that this is the last EAE launch, and rather than being sad, that's actually really exciting, because the reason it's the last launch is because starting in July, EAE, the Entertainment Arts and Engineering program, will transition from being a teaching program called EAE to being a division here on campus called the Division of Games. We will continue on doing all the amazing stuff that we do and more, but we'll just have this new name and this new status. So that'll start in July. And in August, you should save the date, and in August 24th, we'll be doing a big celebration here on campus around the new division status. And then, as we have done for many, many years, in the middle of the year, we'll be doing another open house, and that'll be on December 8th. And then we'll do this again as the Division of Games. We'll have launch April 24th of 2024.
How do you already know the day? That's amazing.
Well, you have to think ahead.
Yeah, that's a good thing. So the students have already taken this Division of Games and made it to an acronym DOG, right, or DOG, and they seem to be very excited about it and embracing the name, and it's an exciting transition.
Yeah, it is. Students are going to be, I think they're going to be super happy, and the life of the division now is going to go forward and with a even broader mission, and I think it's going to be really, really a creative time for all of us, for the students, for the staff, and the faculty. It's going to be really fun next year.
So, like a division, it's going to be the teaching that people know and love, but maybe just more of it and bigger, right? And then also our research mission is going to change a bit, right? Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's right. So, at EAE, we have always believed in the power of games. Games hold power to change people's lives. And part of the mission of a research university is to try and understand sort of the basic fundamental ways that the world works, including the way that games work. And we know really a lot about how to make really compelling games, but we sometimes don't know very much about how they work and why. And so there's an exploration for us to do that's part of the research mission of the university. And as we expand into a division, we will both be doing all of the amazing teaching that we've done working with students, but then also expanding it so that our faculty and students can get engaged in that exploration part of a research university's mission.
Oh, that's going to be amazing. A division of games, who would have thought of it, right?
Right.
Like this last day, the last EAE launch, I think you're right. It's not a time to be sad, because it's time to break out of the cocoon and be the butterfly, like a last game, the butterfly effect, right? I know that as a faculty member, it's so meaningful to me that this is actually happening, right? A lot of us have wanted this for years, and then it was just an honor to watch you do all the hard work to get us across the finish line.
Oh, well, thank you. But it's the thing is that the reason that we're here is because of the people who created the program, like you, and the people that have given so much of their life to the program, like all the faculty and staff, and all the thousands of students that have come through our program.
Yeah, that really is. And I think that the program has grown, and there were new faces and new leadership, and it's all just continued to grow in terms of its capacity and its excellence and the things that's happening. So thank you. And I think this division of games is a dream come true, not just for the faculty, but the students.
Yeah, and I think that the students are going to go on from success to success.
Yeah, so don't be sad about that last launch, right? Like it's actually a good thing. You want to give closing words?
Hey, thank you very much for coming. I am so glad that you were able to join us on the stream. And for those of people who were here in person, I was so happy that so many people came. You saw, like we did, the amazing games, and please go and download them. They're all available. If you come to our website, games.utah.edu, you can find links to where all the games that you've heard about today that we've had playing here are available. And I'll see you here on the stream, and I'll see you hopefully in person, some of you, next year.
All right, that's us. Thank you for joining us today, and we'll be seeing you in the next academic year.
you